Welcome, everyone. Again, I apologize for the delay.
Trustee Sparks?
Here.
Trustee Williams?
Here.
Trustee Barkey?
Here.
Trustee Gomez?
Present.
Entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion for the agenda.
Second. Any discussion?
I would like to remove item number 6 from the consent calendar and discuss it separately.
I have no problems with that.
All right, we'll go ahead and do that. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay.
I'll make a motion for the minutes, Madam President.
Second.
There are no minutes.
From last time?
It was just June 1st. You'll have them at the July meeting.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. All right, then we'll get started. It's all yours, Spencer. So thanks for your patience.
And there are no closed session comments either.
Okay.
Good afternoon, President Barkey, members of the board.
It's fine. If you're going to continue to go in a closed session, you need to make that announcement.
That we're going in closed session.
Oh, okay. We are going into closed session right now at 4:10. Welcome, everyone. Sorry for the delay. Great to see everyone here today. Linda Cohn, are you in the mood to come up and give us an invocation? Excellent.
Heavenly Father, we come to you tonight in humility and gratitude for all that you have given us, this great country, this beautiful state, and an educational system that we have the privilege of overseeing. And that's why we're here tonight to do exactly that. These are not easy times for any of us, and there's conflicts that we understand and those that we don't. So we ask you, above all, for your peace on us as we navigate these very difficult waters. We ask for your wisdom, because only your wisdom can give us the direction that we're going to need to bring about solutions to sometimes implacable problems. We are so grateful to have you listen to our petitions tonight. We ask for your blessing to be on this entire gathering. May it proceed smoothly and effectively. May we reach the right answers. Our children deserve nothing less from us. You deserve nothing less from us as well. We ask all of this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you. And next, this is a special week. It was Flag Day just a couple of days ago. We're going to invite Vern to come up. We had an outstanding presentation last week from Vern. We appreciate that. And so we'd like you to honor us with a flag salute.
Thank you so much. Everyone, please stand. Please face the flag, put your right hands over your heart, and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right. Do we have any special announcements, introductions?
We do not.
Okay. We'll
Okay.
go ahead and move to
going-
public comment.
You want to go public comments, Madam President? Okay, so moving on to public comments, here are the baseline rules. You get 3 minutes. The light will be green, and then at 1 minute left, it'll turn to a yellow. This is the light up here next to our good clerk, Daru. At red, we will ask you to complete your sentence, and please do not continue to make more points. Just wrap up what you're saying. We'll be kind and courteous to you. First, I will announce 2 people at a time. The first person will be at the dais. The second person will be on deck waiting to come up to make this efficient with time. The first one will be Todd Odenath, and on deck will be Mr. Roger Kim. And if you 2 come up, that would be much appreciated. You got 3 minutes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. The topic I want to talk about is Irvine International Academy, IIA, the charter school. My daughter started her first year of school there this last school year. It was her first time at this school, at a school because of the pandemic. And it was really a great opportunity for her to start school in 2 languages, in Mandarin and English. It's been challenging, but she likes it. She likes it there. Her experiences have been very good, very positive, overall successful, though she's not a native Mandarin speaker. She's a native English speaker, but she's growing, and even at home, she's been challenged to speak more Mandarin. To talk about the school, IIA has definitely had its challenges, but I believe many startup charter schools do. What makes it unique is that it's not just another language immersion school, as there are many around, but its goal of leadership, of problem solving, of lifelong learning skills is really valuable. And one of their goals is to make a global citizen, which is one of the reasons my wife and I were very motivated to see our daughter go to IIA. I do believe that the school is demonstrating this, and I'm very positive toward the school. I believe they're going in the right direction. And so that's why we want our kids to go there next year. And we hope that the board here will give IIA every opportunity and resource it can to give the school a chance to grow past these challenges, that they are ready to flourish into a one-of-a-kind school here in Orange County, where our kids not only learn Mandarin, but the vital skills for competing in a global market. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. Mr. Kim, you're up, sir, and then Ms. McNally will be, you have number 5, and that would be our third speaker.
Okay, hi. Hello, board members. In January 22, there was a petition to prevent Principal Chong from getting dismissed. 155 families signed. This roughly represents 203 students. In February, there was a petition for a PTO re-election because the parents did not feel supported. In March, there was a parent survey and a board survey that showed over 70% of families were unsure of IIA. Then there was a March petition to remove Michael Scott. 130 families signed. After that, a March protest where Michael Scott called Irvine Police Department on a parent. And lastly, in March, parents attempted but was forced to abort their plan for a walkout in support of the teachers who were unhappy with their work environment. In May, there was a petition to stop Michael Scott from returning to a newly created DOE position. 120 families signed. There was a May petition to bring back the principal from forced administrative leave. 127 families signed. And in June, there was finally a last-minute petition desperately put together the night before the board meeting to save Principal Chong. 80 families signed, representing 115 students signed. And despite all these petitions, surveys, protests, countless board meetings where parents have spoken over and over about their frustrations and concerns, an innocent principal has ultimately been dismissed. Only 2 decent board members who will both be leaving voted no, while the rest, led by Doug Houston, voted yes. Till today, there still has been no explanation given for his termination, and Michael Scott continues to be at IIA, protected by his friend, Doug Houston. Parents also asked Houston if Michael Scott really sent him a private text during closed sessions that said, "I still think Stephen needs to go," and he replied yes. Has there been any action taken on Michael Scott? No. It has been clear as day that this has always been premeditated from day one. What have you, board members, done to help these parents? Nothing. You asked for a survey and they provided one, yet nothing was done. I wonder how successful this school will be without a distinguished Mandarin principal and without most of the credentialed Mandarin teachers, who, by the way, have decided to leave. They will have to find the experienced principal, 5 credentialed Mandarin teachers by August. I say good luck. But maybe this was premeditated, and it is also why the board was recently trying to get H-1B sponsorships approved. The boards should be ashamed of wasting people's time, taxpayers' money, and contributing to the most stressful and traumatic year. The good families of Irvine have endured so much emotional damage because of your foolish decision, and there's been many families upset as they try to find new schools for their children. Lastly, you should be ashamed of what you're doing to good people such as Becky Gomez and Alan Harris. With all so much respect. Thank you.
Okay, moving on, we have Ms. McNally and then Ms. Maybeth Chin.
I have something for the board. Can I
Give it to me.
Just as a reminder for those who are giving public comments, this is not a time to have a public dialogue with the board. We listen to you. If you have anything to give, we'll give it to our clerk and that will be given to us. Thank you.
Good evening, board. First of all, I'd like to congratulate 3 board members here who just had won a very decisive election. Okay, California laws require public schools provide education to all students, regardless of immigration status. Since charter schools are public schools, charter schools cannot ask for students' immigration status, nor deny enrollment based on immigration status. However, most school districts require proof of residency to enroll in the prospective school district. Please see the IUSD enrollment requirement, which I have attached in my handout. It appears that some charter schools do not require any proof of residency for enrollment. In addition, California does not require board members of a charter school to reside within the jurisdiction of the charter authorizer. A board member of a charter school can be an alien residing outside of the United States. Charter schools are known for lack of oversight, accountability. It is possible that a charter made of non-U.S. nationals can, in turn, admit alien students, resulting in non-legal residents obtaining a primary education in California, paid by U.S. tax dollars. Take Irvine International, IIA, for example. IIA currently has 6 board members. 1 resides in Vancouver, California. 2 reside in Riverside County. So that's 50% of the governing board residing outside of OCBE's jurisdiction. A list of the residents of the current board member of IIA is also attached in my handout. Last week, while transferring my kids to their homeschool in IUSD, I realized that last year, when I enrolled my kids to IIA, I didn't have to provide any proof of residency. No utility bills, no mortgage payments are required. In my handout is a current enrollment form for IIA, which does not require proof of residency. When I enrolled my kids in IIA in 2021, I, along with a lot of prospective parents this year, was told by Mr. Michael Scott that there was a wait list. If, as it appears that IIA does not require any proof of residency, and IIA is supposed to give Irvine families priority, then I ask, how is this wait list compiled? Today, I'd like to urge this board to close this loophole. I'm sorry. I have 2 requests for
Thank
the
you,
board.
Mrs. McNally.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Moving on to our next speaker, that'll be Mary Beth Chen, and after that will be Judge Riddle.
Good evening, Board. My name is Mary Beth Chen. I'm the office manager at Irvine International Academy, and I bear greetings from Doug Husen, who is in Israel right now, and he would like me to read a letter from him to you. Dear trustees, on behalf of the board members, staff, and 300 families that have joined Irvine International Academy, I'd like to say thank you. I'm unable to be with you in person today, but I am pleased to deliver this brief update. Last week, we completed our first year as a brand new school. The children love coming each day and they adore their teachers. They are having fun and learning to speak, read, and write English and Mandarin. You will hear from Dr. Edward Watson about the outstanding test results, especially in math. Our school budget is balanced. The vast majority of staff are already contracted for next year. Our policies and procedures are formed. The future is bright. As our charter authorizer, you gave us all the opportunity to create a truly international school with unique opportunities, and we are grateful. We anticipate a restful summer for the kids, busy preparation by our leadership teams, and a wonderful beginning to year 2 in August. Once again, thank you. Sincerely, Doug Husen.
Thank you, Ms. Chen. Judge Riddle, and after Judge Riddle is Cindy Bragdon.
Good evening, I'm Lynn Riddle. I want to extend my congratulations to you, well, really to you, Christine Olmstead, Vern Burton, and Annalie Cradle for the beautiful job that you did at the June 1st meeting in educating the community about the wonderful programs that you lead. I was especially uplifted to hear the students in the video that you shared. Talana Smith, the class president and a recent graduate, in her beautifully starched Sunburst Academy khakis. Andrew, 16, and his buddy Juan, 16, both saying that they had a story to tell. Juan meekly, but with pride, saying, "I'm no longer under house arrest." Talana thanks her teachers, who she said possessed the most passion that I've ever seen. Most powerful for me was Juan's look of pride at discovering at 16 that he could and that he did learn, and for the first time that he likes learning. Juan, too, thanked his teachers, saying, and I think profoundly, "Teachers here see all the good in you." I'm grateful, too, beyond words, to the concerned parents of Irvine International, many of them here this evening. OCB board, neither you nor I have heard any AAI parent say anything other than that they love the school, love its advertised aspirations. They love the teachers, love, respect, and trust the school's principal. They have never asked anything of AAI's board president and the past director other than that they obey the law. Yet, even after a whole year of pleading, evidence gathering, and reminding AAI's leadership of its legal and accountability duties and failures, that board has shown little to no improvement. Yes, OCC board, you support charter schools, but IIA is a public school. It's operated not on charter money, but by taxpayer money. And like it or not, AAI's board, a fiduciary of state money, is a state agency. This is not a private business or a small fiefdom. This evening, OCC board members, it's your job as a state agency to bring IIA's board to account. Demand not just another plan to correct, but immediate corrections with absolute deadlines. And finally, my eternal grant thanks this evening to OCBE candidates and my friends, Shireen Smith, Martha Fleur, Paulette Chafee, for your courage, your brilliance, your commitment to public school education, your diligence, and for speaking the truth. Thank you for your commitment to facts, to integrity, to ethics, to excellence, to inclusion, to love and humanity, and especially to grace.
Okay, you're done, Ms. Riddle.
that.
Thank you very much. The red light is on. Next one up will
did
be
not see
Cindy
that. Thank you.
Bragdon. And then after Cindy will be Michelle Bolden.
Hello, my name is Cindy Bragdon. I'm a former teacher of Fountain Valley School District. Currently, I am still a stakeholder and have lived in Fountain Valley since 1993. Children have a constitutional right to a standards-based English language arts program that provides core instructional materials to all populations of children. Parents have the constitutional right to know what curriculum is being used in their child's school. I'm here today to request that the superintendent of Orange County and the OC Board of Education be the heroes to parents and children in our county by expanding your Williams Sufficiency Board policy to include monitoring school districts who opt out of purchasing research-based standards-aligned textbooks. Education Code 60119 has a loophole that allows school districts to align old, outdated textbooks with the Common Core content standards using supplemental materials. My suggested expanded policy would require school districts who opt out of purchasing standardized textbooks to provide research-based curriculum maps to the Orange County Board of Education for approval. I recommend that the verbiage be changed to must provide high-quality training and research-based curriculum maps instead of the word should. It is not only the schools that are identified as the lowest performing that should be monitored in regard to the Williams sufficiency. Schools that are wealthy and choose not to purchase textbooks should also be monitored to ensure that the most needy are receiving adequate learning resources to succeed in school. In 2016, I began advocating for an updated English language arts curriculum in the Fountain Valley School District as required by the California Department of Ed and Williams Act. I had a second grade classroom with English learners and special needs children struggling to read. More than half of my children were significantly below grade level. I had no research-based intervention materials as required by IDEA or Title III. I filed a complaint with the Office of Civil Rights, but technicalities dropped it back to the district level. The district somehow skirted having to adhere to the Williams sufficiency regulations, even though the investigator acknowledged that the avenues and medallions were aligned to the prior state standards and that teachers were writing their own lessons. My claims resolution stated the district would continue to look for new reading materials, including materials for English learners. Yet Fountain Valley School District's own 2015-16 LCAP states the Hood Mifflin Medallions and Avenues programs are research-based. Both programs are not aligned to the 2013 social content standards or the newest framework. The Orange County Department of Ed approved the LCAP without realizing the Fountain Valley School District did not have any research-based curriculum. It is the year 2022. The Fountain Valley School District School Accountability Report Card still states all textbooks are aligned to the Common Core standards due to the loophole in Education Code 60119. I have been requesting curriculum maps from the Fountain Valley School District since March, and I'm still waiting for them. Fountain Valley School District has always had plenty of money to buy new textbooks, but they chose not to. School districts have a duty as good stewards of taxpayer dollars to use the money they receive for its intended purpose, to educate the children in its community to the best of its ability. Please consider expanding your Williams sufficiency policy to enforce accountability of school districts in California. No, I would
Thank you,
like a
Cindy.
response to my suggestion, and please attach my speech and supporting
Thank you,
documents to the
Cindy.
board minutes.
We're going to
Thank
move
you
on.
very much.
Next one will be Michelle Bolden. After Michelle will be Dory Crepton. If you can please adhere to the 3-minute and complete your sentence, that would be appreciated.
I don't know if I should wait for the information to be disseminated before I begin speaking.
So this is for you to talk with us, so that may not get to us for a while, so you may start.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Michelle Boudier. I'm a junior high math teacher and an advocate for students and taxpayers. I was invited here tonight by a community member to share my research with you. All the data I have assembled is public information as posted on EdData. What is new is how I sort and display the information. I record the revenue, spending, and savings patterns for all funds over a decade of time. The view provokes a complete paradigm shift by blatantly revealing the weaknesses of focusing on just a couple of funds rather than budget according to actual spending patterns involving all the LEA's funds. Worst case scenario budgets never come to fruition. Look at the revenues. They're at an all-time high. For an example, over the last decade, Fountain Valley School District has had a 65% increase in revenues, from $45 million annually to $74 million. With a 65% increase in revenue and a cost of living adjustment around 30% during the same period, Fountain Valley should have easily passed the cost of living increase onto its staff, but it didn't. It didn't in large part because the district follows the California school administrators and the California School Board Association's guidance to budget for catastrophes instead of trusting the state to fund the schools appropriately. Fountain Valley School District's reserves have quadrupled to more than 118% of their total 2021 expenses. Even with the unprecedented inflation, Fountain Valley doesn't need 1 cent of revenue to fully operate next year. Yet they will receive about another $80 million worth of taxpayer dollars. What will they do with it? I can't imagine they intended to hoard the taxpayer money and deprive children of resources, but that's what focusing on just a few funds during the budgeting process does. And this office's finances are equally troubling. Your revenue has increased by 50% over the last decade, and because the money was not spent when it came in, your total fund balance has more than doubled. You have a whopping 106% reserve, and worst of all, 156 million taxpayer dollars that were sitting there in 2010, 2011 are still sitting there. If the money was meant to be spent on something a decade ago, it should have been spent by now. If it wasn't spent, it can and should immediately be unrestricted and move back to the general fund so it can be part of the annual budget conversation. With a true reserve of more than your budget, this office could forego funding for a year and not miss a beat as well. The system is broken, and like everything, it comes down to the money. Restricted money conversations are ridiculous. Very little has been restricted since 2013, and best practices restricted money is spent first. Unless there's a specific project a district or agency can point to, the money should be spent. It's incumbent upon elected board members as good stewards of taxpayer dollars to get the money to the students.
Thank
It
you,
should be
Michelle.
criminal not to. Thank you.
Moving on, we have Dory Crepton, and after Dory is Joyce McNabb. Last is Shauna Charles.
Good evening, trustees and members of the audience. My name is Dory Crepton. I'm a resident of Huntington Beach and a retired educator. I'm here to support a couple of things, and I would like to start off first by supporting the Irvine International Academy. I know you're going through some.
Dory, I don't know who you're talking to, but
Oh.
typically you're
Okay,
addressing the
sorry.
board,
Well, I
not
was
the audience. So
addressing that comment to them
Yeah.
for a moment. But
Okay.
I support your endeavors and what you're trying to do to resolve the issues that you have going on at your school, and I wish you all the best with that. Also, to all the LGBTQ children in our schools and to their parents and teachers, happy Pride Month. You have a great deal to take pride in and a great more pride work to do. Know that the people of good faith in this country are with you and celebrate you. And also to all the children in Uvalde Elementary and the kids across the country and nation, I and others grieve with you. Many of us anyway promise to do better in keeping guns out of your lives and ours from this time forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dory. Joyce McNabb, and lastly, Shauna Charles.
Thanks to the board for allowing public comments. I'm Joyce McNabb. Over the last few months, many months, much has been said of Dr. Scott, but I suspect that he's not the first nor the last to turn the charter school industry into a money-making project. Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce. Last up, Shauna Charles.
Thank you. As we established my last time here, my name is Dr. Shana Charles, and I appreciate this opportunity to speak to you. Of course, it's not a dialogue. I understand that. I hope that you will hear my words, listen to them, take them to heart, and bring them with you as you enter into this next term, this next 2 or 4 years as you go. And I wanted to talk to you from my perspective, a little bit of a personal perspective as a person of faith. And in my faith, we start our new year, our very first holiday, that's our most major holiday of the year, is one of repentance and changing for the better. We look at what we've done in the past year and we say to ourselves, what could we have done better? Where did we go wrong? Where should we do something more for what we know our purpose is in this world? And let's do those deeds as we move forward this next year. And in the context of this board, I believe the Department of Education is a wonderful institution. Having a child with special needs that required that level of support, I am very, very grateful for it. I believe that where this board went wrong is getting sidetracked by fiscal management issues when really the idea should be, why are we wasting money with a lawsuit that really had no chance of success when we could have invested that money back into our students, when we could have put those millions of dollars to better use to serve the population that we are here to serve. And I'm asking you to look with a servant's heart and think about that as you move into your next 2 years for some of you who are up for re-election in 2 years, 4 years for the rest of you. I hope Mr. Shaw will watch this and hopefully take my words to heart as well when he starts his 4-year term. And on that note, I just wanted to express how grateful I am to be able to speak with you face to face now that COVID is doing better, and to point out that my child, as well as myself in Cal State Fullerton as a professor, we're still wearing masks in the classroom, and it's keeping rates down. It's keeping us healthy with our special needs. And we do appreciate, both of us, that nobody in either of our schools gives us any grief for any of this. And I just want to encourage that we continue to follow the science, that people who have special needs or live with someone with special needs, allow them to wear their masks, not be persecuted for it, make sure that everybody stays safe, and of course promote vaccination within our schools with all those great vaccination drives, as we need to have boosters moving forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Charles. And that is it, Madam President.
Do you want to make a motion for the consent?
I will make a motion on the consent calendar for items number 2, 3, 4, and 5. We're leaving out number 6 as earlier Trustee Gomez requested.
I'll second that. Okay. All those in favor? Aye.
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 All right. Passes 4-0.
And I'd like to Madam President, I'd like to make a motion for item number 6 for approval.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes. We have an invoice for the amount of $47,000 and, well, $47,500. And yet the bill just says redistricting and in-person meetings. There's no detail. We don't know if they met the scope of work. I can't approve a bill without any detail that shows what exactly they accomplished under this contract. Can anybody, because there's no additional documentation that was in our packet.
I guess the only informal comment I would make is that you were present for the meetings, I think, starting back in June when they were working with us, and Doug, I can't think of his name offhand, but
Johnson.
Johnson,
Dr. Johnson.
I know, spent hours and hours working on maps and coming to meetings and coming in virtually. So I think that was a contract that we negotiated ahead of time to get through our redistricting process, and I feel like we did. There were other things that went on along the way, but I think Mr. Doug Johnson fulfilled his contract. That would be my informal response.
And we had a lot of Q&A during those meetings as well to have any clarifications that we needed.
Yeah, and the only thing I would add to is that in our contract, there is no requirement for a time identification or time involvement. Becky, you were the one to remind you that you actually increased it from the original $35,000 to $50,000. And Mr. Johnson put way more hours into this than it was contracted. He did not charge us for many of the dozens of hours that he put into this. Because the county committee trying to insert their partisan ideology into the process to remove the boundary ability of this board. So that strictly partisan effort unfortunately took us in a different direction, but the services were provided by Mr. Johnson. I don't think anyone can argue against that.
Yeah, I'd almost argue that he put in extra time because of the additional county committee meetings that I don't think were anticipated when we negotiated the contract.
Okay. Well, you indicate, both of you indicate that there was additional hours. We don't even know what the base hours were. There's no detail to this. So it's difficult for me to support an invoice if we don't know what services were actually rendered in detail. How many hours were spent. Just saying you went to a meeting doesn't really help. So I will be voting no. So
All right.
If you want to call the vote, go ahead.
All right, any other discussion before I call the vote?
That's amazing.
All right.
I find that amazing, Becky, that you said that. I really do.
All right,
I
After
find
the
it
amount of
amazing that
hours.
you talk about, transparency and good governance, and yet we don't have
And you don't
backup for
think
this
that
bill.
Doug Johnson put any time into this?
I'm saying he did, but there's no documentation to prove what he did.
So it was not required in our contract,
And
Becky.
I think it was proved publicly. If you go back and listen to the meetings, I think he spent quite a deal of time at our meetings here and the county committee. I think rather than just go back and forth, I'd like to call the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Opposed.
All right, 3-1. Are there any charter submissions?
There are none. Are you going to have a report out from closed session?
We're going to wait. We need to go back into closed session at some point, so once we complete it, we will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is number 8.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt.
Oh, and excuse me one moment. I'm going to recuse myself from this since it involves Orange County Classical Academy, and I have recused myself from the beginning of this process, and I will continue to do that as it comes before the board. So I will formally sit out from this, and Dr. Williams, our Vice President, will run this item.
Thank you for reminding us. So I will run this part of the meeting for agenda item number 8. I will make a motion to approve it. I'll need a second.
Second.
And I'm going to ask our good Maggie Tridusser, she can come up and help explain the process and how we got to this MOU.
Good evening, members of the board. Dr. Mijares. The Education Code provides that all charter schools have oversight. And in this case, when the county board approves a charter school as it has for Orange County Classical Academy 2, the oversight is conducted by the Department of Education. And Ms. Chastain and her team are very experienced in doing so. They developed, I'm told, I wasn't part of the process, but they developed, apparently with members of this board, what they refer to as a standard template. And the template is with the intent of really making sure the charter school does its job and the information from the charter school is readily accessible to the board, and in this case, your team overseeing that on your behalf and reporting to you is Ms. Chastain and her department. So that's the intent of the memorandum of understanding, and it's quite thorough. The template is quite thorough. When this was presented to the charter school after approval of the charter school, it's my understanding that the department received back a version with some additions and some strikeouts, and that was presented by their counsel, Ms. Ruley. And so speaking on the board's behalf as your counsel in this matter because of conflict of other counsel or potential conflict of other counsel, I spoke with Deputy Superintendent Boyd, Ms. Chastain, about the language and about some of their concerns. Many of them they agreed to readily, said it's not a problem. Then I spoke with counsel, Ms. Ruley, brought some to her attention, brought all of the ones to her attention that remained, and tried to work out a compromise that hopefully would be satisfactory to this board and still allow the department to do its oversight properly and effectively on your behalf. And so the product that you have before you tonight is as far as we got. I think it's pretty close. There are a couple of items that you may have questions about or that you might like me to speak to.
Very good. So this is the time for questions for our council.
I have questions.
You have the floor, madam.
Okay, I'm looking at page 31 of this agreement, and I'm looking at section 3A, governance, under item number 3. And it says that within 10 business days of the charter school meetings, including special and emergency board meetings, that the charter school shall make best effort to provide OCDE with a complete audio or video recording of the open session portion of the meeting. So, best effort, does that mean we don't have to do it? Because that's what that implies to me. I tried, but I didn't do it.
I asked the same question, Ms. Gomez. That is language that was after a second discussion provided by counsel on behalf of her client, the charter school. Here, as I know you're all well aware, the Brown Act allows you to have anyone come and visit your public meetings and view the public meetings and record in public meetings. And in fact, many boards of education, including county boards these days, not only record their public meetings, but they often post them online. And that, in essence, makes the board's business and how you conduct it much more accessible to families who obviously have a strong interest in the governance of any charter school. Also, a practical matter that Ms. Boyd pointed out is that her staff, to do the oversight, one of the things they're responsible for is monitoring every charter school with respect to how they comply with the Brown Act, for example, or how they comply with the LCAP, for example, or other items, including instructional items. And so that makes it pretty difficult if you're doing a thorough job of monitoring, because in essence, and Ms. Boyd, I don't want to put words in your mouth, so you tell me if I'm saying this incorrectly.
You're fine so far, Maggie.
Okay, thank you. But in essence, that means her team has to come and attend every meeting, or at least somebody has to come and attend every meeting. And then if it's the person that's the governance specialist, but it's a finance issue, then perhaps there wasn't exactly the expertise there that would have delivered to you important information about oversight. So I have to agree with Trustee Gomez. to me, it's really not a problem at all to record meetings. Many of our school district clients and charter school clients do record and post their meetings. To me, it makes sense that this is what the charter school proposes.
Okay, so the portion about with complete audio or video, you can produce a video with no sound,
Agreed.
right? And the content really is, what are the board members saying? What's the public saying? So when you say audio or video, I would say or video including the audio.
I don't disagree, Ms. Gomez.
So, so I think we need to take care of that. Okay, so item number 4, same section. What's the reasoning for extending the training of the Brown Act and the conflict of interest from 45 days to 90?
Speaking with counsel for the charter school, sometimes with folks' schedules, and I've literally had this experience myself as counsel for charter schools, sometimes people's schedules don't work. And Ms. Boyd and Ms. Chastain graciously offered, they said, you don't have to change it, just call us, and we'll informally agree to extend it based on what your circumstances are. But this is what counsel for the charter school has proposed.
So how many of the board members and administrative staff have been trained to this point?
I don't have that information. I can seek it from counsel if the board would like that.
Yeah, I think that's important because as we'll see, and as some of the discussion that we had about Irvine International, some of those discussions revolved around the lack of compliance with the Brown Act. So I don't want to see something like this happen at this school where something gets, put off. So I'm not in agreement with that. I understand people's schedules are sometimes difficult, but if this is important to the school, then their governing board and their administrative staff should make time for that. There's a lot of different portions in here having to do with the retirement for the teachers. Where do we stand now? Because it seemed like there was different parts of this. It seemed like they were a little bit in conflict. So can you address that for me?
D2 under fiscal agent, the proposed change that the school has asked the board to make is that they make arrangements for participation in STRS, PERS, Social Security, consistent with retirement systems the charter school elects to participate in. That is the piece that the schools proposed. And not all charter schools participate in STRS or PERS. That is, I think, the overwhelming majority that I'm familiar with do. But this was proposed by the school.
Yeah, because if you look at further down in C, it said, should the charter school elect to participate in one or both of those systems?
Yes.
And then same thing under human resources on page 34. So it just seems like it's a little bit muddled in different spots. So I would just want to make sure that everyone is clear as what the expectation is for the teachers. I mean, that's going to be part of their compensation going forward. They'd like to know what's happening there. So I would just ask that that be clarified in this document. Page 34 under the insurance and liability, item number 4, again on page 34. The change from 3 to 5 business days regarding pending or actual litigation. What was the reasoning there?
Again, just timing is what council offered.
It also concerned me that the the addition was that is known to the charter school. If they're served with the complaint, they should know about it, correct?
If they're served. However, some plaintiffs and or plaintiff counsel may file a complaint and not serve it for a number of reasons.
All right, well, that does concern me. And then on page 35, about the facilities agreement, item 2, about the pre-opening site visit. And then, once the charter school must request a mature revision for the charter petition in order to add additional facilities not described in this charter petition, and that they would not need a site review. That's how I read that. Could you clarify that for me?
The proposed language is a bit awkward. I would concur with that. I think the point being, though, for the board, this language isn't really necessary because the education code authorizes the authorizer to visit.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no minimum period of notice. Out of courtesy, I would think you'd call and make an appointment.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? But you certainly can't say, well, I'd like to see you in 60 days, for example. So, I mean, technically, this isn't needed. Again, I don't want to speak for Ms. Boyd, but she shared with me there's important things to assure that are in place.
Mm-hmm.
So before school opens, so when school opens, it's an organized, planned, productive, and hopefully joyous experience for the students and the teachers.
Well, we want to be sure the environment is safe and appropriate for students, so I would not want to see that waived at any point, nor for additional sites. Going to page 36, the material revisions, where it says the modifications of the approved charter must be in writing and submitted to OCDE for review, and the word determination is struck and recommendation to the board is inserted. Isn't the board the chartering authority, and don't they have the right to determine the status as opposed to recommend?
The department, I mean, technically the department reviews and provides a recommendation to the board, but it is the board that is the legal entity that determines. It's not the department that makes the determination. They typically have pretty good advice and they have good reasons, but they're not binding on the board, as I know you're all so well aware.
Again, I go back to, don't we want a safe environment for our students, and we want to assure that our students are getting the best education possible in any one of our facilities. So I have a lot of concerns about some of these changes. So that is the end of my questions.
Lisa?
Oh, I would just add that I appreciate the hard work that's gone into this and the analysis. I would be comfortable with adding that the video with audio. I think it's implied, actually, but I'd be comfortable with that edit. And other than that, I think everything looks really good and improved. I think the effort to streamline the MOU process is something we really need to be continuing to do because it can be quite cumbersome. So I appreciate the effort here.
These are no fun to negotiate from scratch,
No.
believe me.
And I'll finish up with a question. So how many hours did you put into actually negotiating this contract?
Oh, gosh. Out of,
Approximately.
I don't know, probably less than 15 between Ms. Boyd's office and you know, they had some great explanations and good reasons. And then I got with counsel a couple times and spoke with her, and she had to take it back to their board. And let's just be candid. Some folks that are in the process of putting together a charter school, sometimes they've had an unpleasant experience with a previous authorizer. And so they may be imagining things that the department and this board would never be problematic with for them, but they may have had a bad experience. I don't really know the rationale as to why the feelings were so strong from the school. That would be a question for council, and
So
that was
is
not
an
shared.
MOU required by state education code or any law?
It's really necessary as opposed to required, because otherwise the department, which is your eyes and ears, supervising, is the charter doing what they said they'd do? Is the charter spending their money per the LCAP? Is the charter complying with the law? It's very necessary to the successful operation and oversight of the charter. Because when a charter goes sideways and the authorizer goes to FCMAT or county superintendent to go to FCMAT and says, we have a problem with this charter school, the first thing FCMAT will ask the county superintendent, I don't want to speak for Dr. Mijares, but certainly in other counties, first question from FCMAT is, have you done your oversight? And so these good folks are doing the oversight for you on your behalf. It's very necessary, in my humble opinion.
If I can ask Drew from the Orange County Classical Academy to answer some of these questions that Trustee Gomez brought up. Starting from the first one, page 31, regarding making best efforts. My understanding is that you record all of your meetings on Zoom or
Yes,
or
we do.
YouTube, and they're publicly available. Is that correct?
We post them, so they are always available.
Okay.
Yep.
So the question is, the concern from the department is that they're going to have to send an individual there to watch all of these meetings. But if they're already recorded and it's public, I'm not sure of the issue.
Right. We were operating under a charter from Orange Unified School District, and we were providing them with the links, and this was never a problem. Our only concern was having in an MOU, which is, I'm told, is necessary but not required. That's a strange thing, but not quite sure what that means. But what we didn't want is for us to be obliged to do it in the case that there's a technological failure, or if our IT person just happens not to be able to make it to the beginning of the meeting and we don't record the whole meeting. So we certainly we already know we need to make best effort to do this, and we have a record of doing it. We just don't think it's appropriate for us to be required to do it, so that we all know technology doesn't always work. I teach that's my job. And during COVID, sometimes my technology didn't work and my lectures didn't come out so well. So we were quite sensitive to that, knowing still full well that it's the right thing for us to be doing, and we will do it. It's been our practice all along.
Okay. And moving on to the Brown Act training. Originally 45 days was used, but that was something that was changed to 90. And I'm just looking at our own board policy here, how quickly we have to complete that when you first come on the board. 9, how many days is it that we require?
Let me look.
I think logistically, after the election, there's usually a training in December. So I think most board members get that done then.
So if they're elected in July and they get it done in November, that's what, 4 months, 120 days. So I think 90 is reasonable.
And by the way, all of the board members have gone through Brown Act training, and it was done pretty quickly. I wouldn't swear to it having been 45 days from our first term, but we've all gone through that training.
And Dr. Williams, yours is not a Brown Act training, yours is an ethics training, and it's within the first 3 months.
First 3 months, so we're saying 90 days. And that's online as far as I recall.
Yes, you can do it online as
right.
well, yes.
The State School Board Association, I think, puts out that course.
There's a couple of different ways that it can be done.
So we do not require formally any Brown Act training, is that correct?
This board has typically done a formal Brown Act training once a year, annually, but it isn't something that the board individually does. You've asked council to provide that.
Okay. But we don't have it in our board policy?
Correct.
Okay, it's only the ethics training that we have. Okay, so we're going way beyond and requiring something that we don't even do ourselves.
But typically yours is because you're elected, and in most charters, they're not elected officials. And so you have that background.
Sure. Going on to what Trustee Gomez, her comments on page 34. I don't know if you have the document in front of you.
I don't, but
Drew, that was disclosures regarding, it looks like lawsuits and litigation, 3 to 5 days. I think that's reasonable. That's not asking too much.
Yeah, that was from the advice from our council, that we just wanted that a little bit of extra elasticity to make things work.
Okay. And the facilities agreement, Becky, what was your concern about the facilities agreement?
It just, the language just looked a little bit awkward about doing a pre-site visit. And I just wanted to be assured that we would do a pre-site visit
Okay,
for any additional facilities.
so the
that
language just
is
looks
wonky.
unusual and atypical. And you, of course, would not be at all opposed to anybody coming onto your campus
No,
from
not at all.
this department or this board to review or look at. In fact, it's probably an open invitation, I would expect from
Absolutely,
you.
and we've had authorizers, again, Orange Unified School District has visited us many times, and we're absolutely open.
Okay, very good. So that clarifies that. On page 36, on the issue that Trustee Gomez brought up, material revisions, that's wordsmithing and semantics to me, whether it's determined or recommended. Becky, could you just help me understand a little bit more your concern about the word choice there?
I just said that you know, as the authorizing or the the authorizing authority, that it should be a determination, not a recommendation.
But as Ms. Chidester pointed out, the OCDE recommends to the board, and the board is the final approval and determiner.
Right, that was our concern, is that the department should recommend, and you all, as the board, should determine. And we thought that was an important clarification.
Okay.
Recognizing, by the way, that this was a template, so and part of what we're trying to do is help improve the template for the next charter school.
Right. A template, by the way, which I was not part of, I don't think this board was ever a part of when we started approving charter schools, so.
That's
just-
not correct.
I don't remember it, Nina.
Okay.
Well, be
Please,
that as it
don't
may,
argue with me in public, but I don't remember ever being a part of the creation of this template.
You had a committee that worked with staff. I was part of the
Could
staff.
you provide information on that?
I
then?
can,
Okay,
because
I
it was
appreciate that.
Mr. Boyd and Ms. Lindholm were the two trustees. You have not reviewed it since they were on the board. That would be correct. But we originally developed a template for the board when we first started and created our charter schools unit. The board then indicated they wanted to have some input into that template, and the board then developed their committee, and that committee was Mr. Boyd and Ms. Lindholm. We met here in this office multiple times, and then that template was brought back to the full board, and you all approved it.
What year was that?
Well, I'll have to get back to you on that, because
Okay.
I do have good memory, but not.
It's always good to look at these templates and review them, because as you said, Drew, that you're trying to improve upon this. So, okay, I'm done with my questions. Becky, any more questions?
I do have one that just got raised by some of the conversation. You indicated that some of your meetings are on Zoom.
As far as I know, all of them have been.
Okay,
Yes.
so are you complying with SB 361?
Oh, so let me be clear.
Okay.
Once we got back to in-person meetings, the members of the board are in person, but we are broadcasting it via Zoom for the community.
Okay, so are you operating under SB 361?
Yes, as far as I know, yes.
Okay, so that acknowledges the Governor Newsom's emergency order with SB 361, if you are operating under that. So when you said that some of the portions weren't recorded,
No,
under SB 361, if you have technical difficulties, you have to stop your meeting until that's restored so that the public has the opportunity to participate in the meeting. So I'm a little bit concerned about that.
This was under that rule when they were remote. That would have been true, and that never happened. No, we're only referring to in-person meetings now.
Okay.
Not under that emergency order that we're not operating under anymore. We're entirely in-person meetings now, as
Okay.
far as the board is concerned.
Okay, so still, if you have technical difficulties, you should be stopping your meetings until the technology is restored, because otherwise you wouldn't be able to provide the video or the audio.
Well, that's
To the
why we're
department.
concerned about best effort. We're not on, there's not a legal obligation to record a meeting.
So then you're going to transcribe it?
People, that's what public meetings are for. You're posted, you have the agenda posted, people can come. We certainly, as a practice, record all of our meetings. Of course we do. That's the right thing to do. But it's not a requirement that we do. It would have been when we were meeting remotely, and we did.
Well, if under this agreement, you are agreeing to record the meetings. So if you do have a technical difficulty, you have to stop and resolve the technical
I suppose
difficulty.
we need to bring this to our council and get a little bit of clarification there, but that's not my understanding of it. We're agreeing with you that we will make our best effort to provide you with recordings of our meetings.
Yeah, and I don't agree. I think it's too important to let that slide. Again, we're talking about, transparency and,
Yeah.
allowing your parents to participate. Anybody who's watched
yeah.
any of the meetings you'll always hear me talk about parent participation
Right.
and how important it is. So just know that's where I'm at again on this.
Got it.
You've got to have your parents participate.
Yep, as we do.
And Dr. Williams, just for the record, that template was approved by this board February 10th, 2016.
Okay, very good. Probably go back and look at that. So just to be clear, your intentions have always been, unlike what was just said by Trustee Gomez, your intentions are always to be transparent, to be there for the parents, keep the parents involved as a central role and decision maker for their children. You do have your meetings live,
Right.
and they're recorded. You do keep minutes. And the language that you suggested is just in case something happens where you just don't have it. So you are giving, and there is available to our staff here, some type of minutes or video or audio of your meeting. So it may not be transcribed. We transcribe everything here, but that's not required in any way. So, okay, I just wanted to make sure that that's clarified in public.
Yeah, and I say publicly, we agree with you that kind of openness is absolutely vital to a charter school, because it is a public trust that we're involved in here. So I completely and enthusiastically support the intentions of what you're saying. We're just concerned with the technical matter of being obliged to do something when we are all aware that technology is sometimes not reliable. That's really what this is about. So
you have to have backup mechanisms. If one technology fails and you've got...
Then we have extensive minutes, which we do post. And it's, again, an open posted meeting. And I don't think I've been at a meeting when we haven't had parents present in the room.
That's good.
Yeah, absolutely. The parents are quite active in our school.
All right, I have no further questions.
Very good, okay. So I made the motion to approve the MOU. Thank you again, Maggie, for all of your help and efforts to make this happen. Thank you again, Drew, for your board in making this happen. All those in favor of this MOU
Is
say...
this with amendments or without amendments?
No amendments. My motion
Okay,
was
I just wanted to
without
clarify.
amendments.
Thank you.
Do we need a second?
You had enough.
I said I'd be okay with it, but it doesn't mean it needs to be amended.
Yeah, no.
So do I need to second it?
No, well, so hold on here. So originally, my motion was to accept the language change that was negotiated by our attorney. That's the board council document, page 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, and 36, and 37. That was, if I did make it clear, I'm sorry, my motion is to make those pages the actual MOU that we adopt.
And I'll second that.
Okay, if I was not clear, hopefully I am now.
So do we call for a vote?
Yeah, so we'll call for a vote. All those in favor of this motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Oppose.
Motion passes 2-1. Okay. Moving on to number 9, I will pass the gavel back to our good Madam President, Mary Barkey.
Thank you for handling that item. And we'll move to number 9 now, and we'll invite Araceli up regarding Irvine International Academy.
Good evening, President Barkey, trustees, and Superintendent Maharas. At the June 1st board meeting, the board asked for representatives from Irvine International Academy attend today, and the staff provide an update on the status of issues that fall under our oversight and accountability functions for the school. The school was issued a notice of concern on May 2nd that addressed 7 areas requiring corrective action. The board has been provided a copy of that notice. Regarding that notice, school administration has been responsive and met most of the deadlines in the letter so far. Many of the responses from the school have been that they will follow the school's anti-nepotism, conflict of interest, and financial policies. While we understand that the school staff has intentions to follow their policies and all applicable laws, we strongly encourage the school to develop internal standard operating procedures to ensure compliance, train all board members and relevant staff on the school's financial and conflict of interest policies, and complete comprehensive Brown Act training to prevent issues of noncompliance from occurring in the future. We've not received a response regarding the after-school program regarding pupil fees. The school has until July 1 to submit all remaining responses. I believe they are still waiting for a response from their attorneys on that. The school has taken some positive administrative actions in May and in June that we've been happy to see. They've adopted and will file their conflict of interest code. They've adopted a uniform complaint procedure, and they've adopted a salary schedule for certificated staff. They've committed to continuing to offer an after-school program with a Mandarin component, and are currently looking for vendors to operate that after-school program. There are additional areas of concern that we are currently monitoring. The school did not offer a universal meal program this past school year. They are aware that they're required to do so for the 22-23 school year, and I believe that the interim executive director is looking into that now. The school's leadership remains in flux. IA continues to look for a permanent executive director. Former board member Dr. Edward Watson is currently acting in that capacity through June 30th. We are in regular contact with Dr. Watson and have found him to be responsive, understanding, and eager to move the school in a positive direction. So that has been a good working relationship for us. The IAA School Board reported out at the June 7th board meeting closed session that they have voted to seek an amicable separation agreement with the school's principal, Stephen Chuang. It's unclear when the school will begin recruitment for a new principal. They are currently looking for an assistant principal. We remain greatly concerned regarding the lack of action by the IIA Governing Board on the employment of Dr. Michael Scott as it pertains to potential gift of public funds. Mr. Scott has been on paid administrative leave since March of 2022. Although no formal report has been given by the school as to the reason for Dr. Scott's leave, our understanding from the IIA board president is that he's on leave pending the renegotiation of his role with the school and a new employment contract. Dr. Scott has rejected the role of Director of Development. Our understanding from the board president is that the issue is Dr. Scott's requirement that his role provide him with full STIRS credit each year. We strongly encourage the school to settle the role of Dr. Scott or also move to negotiate an amicable separation of employment as soon as possible. We continue to get monthly complaints regarding potential Brown Act violations. We are working with the school. We've seen improvement in some areas. However, some areas, some of the same issues tend to remain, such as clarity of closed session items, board documents or writings being made available for public inspection, and a general understanding of what needs to be approved by the board and what does not based on the school's own policies. We continue to redirect parent requests and complaints, concerns back to the school for resolution. And we are aware that the school has received some UCP complaints regarding pupil fees that have been submitted in the past few weeks. I now invite Interim Executive Director, Dr. Edward Watson, to the podium.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Director Araceli Chastain covered most of everything. I think the only thing I need to add is we have approved the UCP, the Uniform Complaint Procedure, and we will, at the next board meeting, June 28th, we plan on I plan on providing the board with a general complaint procedure, as well as a suicide prevention policy, a sexual harassment policy, and the anti-discrimination, harassment, and intimidation policy. The Brown Act training, the board, I do know that the board on April 19th had a 1-hour consultation training by a vendor, a consultant, sorry. And then parliamentary procedure guides were also passed out for all board members. A 2-hour video training, in addition, entitled Effective Boardmanship, was required by all board members by May 15th. The website has been improved for easier navigation with respect to board meetings and board documents. And the board president, as well as myself, the office manager, and the director of HR and operations, have an in-person meeting 1 week before board meetings in order to have everything prepared for the 72-hour window. Any questions?
Thank you for that update. I appreciate it.
I have questions, Becky?
Go right ahead.
Okay. Okay. Wow, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
We appreciate the dialogue. We appreciate, Araceli, all of your efforts. Obviously, this has become a political hot potato and subject to partisan motives there in the city of Irvine. The mayor of Irvine citing some very poorly constructed and poorly worded public letters that went out to undermine your board. I don't think that everything is perfect the first year. I think maybe learning curve has been established and you're on your way. But you have received a lot of partisan bantering and people who have interjected politics into the school. I think you're on the right direction, Dr. Watson. Congratulations for being there. Thank you for stepping up. There's things that we can and cannot do as a board. That's why we rely upon Dr. Maharis and Araceli to do all of their due diligence and what is important in getting your school up and running properly. Yeah, you've made some mistakes. They're human mistakes. There are mistakes that are correctable. There are issues that have been changed. And as Araceli said, you yourself are responsible and understanding. And the leadership, I think, has taken control of your school. I just wish there wasn't so much politics involved. You have some after-school program issues and things like that that I'm sure will be worked out. Regarding the Dr. Scott, the gift of public funds, we'll allow that to be worked out behind the scenes. But more importantly, it's the people of Irvine who think that our board is just sitting on our duffs doing nothing. We're not. We only can do so much. We cannot control and dictate to your board what to do. And that's a very important fact about this. We're here to correct any major violations that are necessary. So far, there has not been, and let me put that on the record, there has not been any serious notifications that we have to make something publicly. I think your problems are going to be corrected. For those parents who are not happy, I ask myself, why are you there? There are lots of good schools in Irvine. Find a school that's good for you, that fits your model. But we don't need to throw landmines at your school and undermine what you're doing, Dr. Watson, because I think your leadership is exceptional, and I'm very impressed.
Thank you very much. With respect to the letter from the mayor, to my understanding, no one from the mayor's office has reached out to the school, so I took it upon myself to reach out to the mayor's office in order to show the improvements that we're trying to make.
And for the record, I called her 2 times and she has not returned my phone call.
No.
And I just want to say that I really appreciate your tenacity to resolve the things that do need to be resolved. You all are on an upward trajectory, and we're hearing from a lot of parents who are very happy with the trajectory of the school. And so, just keep pressing on. It's true, charter schools, in the beginning, there's some obstacles and hurdles to get through, as anyone who's been involved in a charter school would know. But we're here to support in every way that we can, and we appreciate the hard work that you're doing.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm up. Well, first off, I'd like to say that educating kids should not be political. I'm really kind of disappointed that the public comment from your school did not address any of the concerns from your board president. So that was a little bit disconcerting. The Brown Act, we've been talking to your school about the Brown Act and the board meeting's failure to follow the Brown Act since November of 2021. So, and that response was due in December. There was another letter in March, and the response was due in April, or in early April. And so now you're saying that on April 19th, you had a 1-hour Brown Act training? What was the delay?
I'm unable to answer that question. I apologize. I was no
I'm
longer
sorry.
on the
I'm sorry
board.
you're put in this position to have to account for other people who did not follow through. So that's concerning to me. You indicated that you had some policies, and if you could just reiterate those policies that I think you said something about the sexual harassment and some other things. Could you clarify which ones those are?
Yes, so on the June 28th board meeting, that's when it's tentatively scheduled. I will present the board with the general complaint procedure, the suicide prevention policy, the sexual harassment policy, and the anti-discrimination/harassment/intimidation policy.
Okay, and where is the anti-nepotism policy? Where is that? That was due, a response was due on May 23rd.
I believe the anti-nepotism policy was submitted to OCDE.
Okay, okay, we'll come back to that. Let's see. The handling of personal and confidential information. There was a response due by April 6th. Was that responded to?
I'm unable to answer that question. I apologize.
Okay. What about the December 2nd, 2021 letter about the nonprofit status being suspended? Can you address that?
Nonprofit status for which entity?
For your school.
No, I'm sorry. I'm unable to answer that question.
Okay. Well, okay. Well, let me finish asking him questions, and then you can come and do that. What about the commingling of funds, the fees versus the donations that was identified in the April 11th letter?
Yes, that is, I believe, something that we have been in contact with OCDE about, and Director Chastain might be able to shed more light on that.
Okay, so that was due May 30th, and we still don't have a resolution. Is that accurate?
I'm unable to say if it's accurate or inaccurate.
Okay. Okay, so in the April 11th letter, one of the items that was identified was the disclosure of reportable interest, Form 700. The Form 700, both the public and the parents have a right to know how their board, and for that matter, any public official in a position of fiduciary responsibility, to know where these people derive their income. This goes directly to any conflicts of interest or self-dealing. If public officials are not held to account, how can we, the public, trust them? So we need to have accurate 700s. Did that get resolved?
To my knowledge, accurate 700s were presented to OCDE sometime in May.
Okay. All right, that's all for now. Araceli, if you could come.
Okay, so Trustee Gomez, you're looking at some of the prior notices of concern, correct? So if you can remind me here which ones you have questions on still?
Okay, let me see. The nonprofit status.
Right, so that was an issue that we were dealing with a few months ago. We did find out that the school had lost their nonprofit status, which was obviously of great concern because that's where liability can sometimes shift if they're not operating under a nonprofit. Our understanding from Dr. Scott at that time was that he had not filed any tax documents, and that nonprofit had been in operation for a few years, and he just had not filed any tax documents because he didn't have a charter school associated with the nonprofit. He was unaware that he needed to still file documentation. So the IRS had suspended his nonprofit status, and he worked for a few months to get that corrected, and it was corrected. He did file all of the back tax documentation, and then that nonprofit status was brought back. And
when was that?
The exact dates of when that was done,
was
completed,
reinstated,
it took months to complete. When we sent him the notice, hold on, let me look and see which notice of concern that was.
That was the December 2nd letter?
The December 2nd letter, I think it took, I think it was completed in February. Took a few months for them to do everything that needed to be done.
So that's not an active issue now?
It's not an active issue anymore, no. That nonprofit status has been reinstated, and it was reinstated retroactively. So it's good now. And just, I think for you to understand our process a little bit, if we have an issue where we've sent a notice of concern and the issue has not been rectified, to clear that notice, it goes on a second notice. It could potentially go on a third notice, and then it would come before this board as a notice of violation if we can't get the school to correct. More often than not, schools correct with a notice of concern. They may need extensions and timelines. They may need a second notice, but we haven't really had to bring notices of violation before the board too often.
So for the record, this IRS status issue, that is not an active issue?
Not an issue anymore. That's correct.
So it's been resolved?
That's been resolved, correct.
Okay, good. How about the March 23rd letter that outlined the handling of personal and confidential information? Did we get that resolved?
I think this is one of those issues where we bring up the issue and we hope that the school has put into place some internal policies. And so we get assurances in writing from them that they will take care of that issue. It's still unclear how some of this information got leaked. And I think that's where, it's difficult to clean up when you don't know who's leaking information potentially. But they did hire a human resources specialist who, has been putting policies in place, and she is very, she's definitely in charge of this now and is well aware that, that information is confidential, and she's being very careful about that now.
Okay. So the mandated reporter training, that was also the March 23rd letter. Do we know if all those folks have been trained now?
They have, as far as we are aware. They were trained this year. This is an annual training that has to happen, so this is something we monitor on an annual basis. That was concerning to us. We had multiple conversations, notices, emails, phone calls regarding this issue, and it took them a while to get all of their employees trained. And we, they all do need to be trained annually and, done in hopefully closer to the beginning of the year than towards the end of the year, but it is something that we monitor every year, just so that you know.
That was going to be my next point,
Yeah,
is the school has been open for months, and the school failed to train on their mandatory reporter training.
We don't like to see that being done in the spring. We prefer for that to be done much earlier in the year.
Right, okay. So the concerns outlined in the May 2nd letter, there were a number of concerns that were.
Can I just ask, before you move on?
Sure.
I want to move on. I just want to, so the issues in this letter that Trustee Gomez, March 23rd, are those issues of concerns resolved?
Yes, I don't believe any of those carried over into the next letter.
Okay.
Which they would have had they not been resolved.
Thank you, Trustee Gomez. Go on.
Yeah, so May 2nd, which item are you looking at? Or are you just asking in general about all of them?
Well, May 2nd, there's a lot of different concerns, the conflict of interest, the fiscal purchasing policies, et cetera. There's several different items. concerns. Hold on, I'm not even sure how many there are.
A lot.
Yeah, there's 7 concerns that were outlined. And I think one of them, number 7 is due on July 1st, but all the rest of them, I think, were due by May 23rd and May 30th. Have those been resolved?
So we are currently reviewing what has been submitted. Some of this, again, this deadlines just happened not too long ago, but we do know that they, like I stated, their conflict of interest code was approved at their last board meeting and is being submitted. And let me look at this one real quick. We are reviewing the thinkware technology documentation and all those monetary payments. That information has been submitted. If we have issues with anything, once that review is done, we will let the school know. But as far as just clearing this notice, which is simply asking for submission of these documents, that was done. They did provide us an explanation of why 2 Form 700s were submitted for Brett Freeman. We are looking at, they identified one as being accurate that shows nothing reportable, and we're not sure if that's accurate. So we're having our legal department look into that. We believe that there may be some property that should have been reported that was in the original Form 700 that was submitted. So we'll make sure that they correct that if that is the case. So we'll find out from our legal department about that.
Yeah, that Form 700, I think, is
Yeah.
pretty critical, because again, the public wants to know where elected officials are getting their money and that there's no self-dealing or conflict of interest.
Right, yeah, so there's some property there, and so we're looking into the distance from the school or from the county that that property needs to be on in order to be disclosed. So we'll get that answer.
Okay.
And we'll notify the school. I think from what the response was from the board member, Brett Freeman, was, he's submitted, he didn't realize 2 had been submitted. He thought 1 was the correct one, but, whichever one is accurate, he's open to us, having that dialogue with him. So we'll let him know. And regarding the anti-nepotism policy, so they had an anti-nepotism policy pretty early on in the year when we started having some questions regarding following that policy that had specifically to do with the hiring of Dr. Scott's son and how that occurred and whether that followed the school's anti-nepotism policy. We asked for when that policy had been board approved, and we're told that they couldn't provide us with proof of that having ever been board approved. So we asked them to approve that anti-nepotism policy, which they did do. And so this notice is more about failure to comply with that anti-nepotism policy. And so what, and this goes back to sort of what I was saying before, which is, they've assured us they're going to comply with the anti-nepotism policy. Obviously, the issue is that they haven't been complying. And assurances, we want to, we know the school is trying to comply with their policies, but obviously there's a breakdown somewhere in their internal policies that has not allowed that to occur. And so they have assured us that, contracts will go before the board, that they'll follow their anti-nepotism policy as written. And so that's where we're at with that one.
Well, I think we're in June, and this school has operated for an entire year, and we've had numerous letters identifying different concerns that have been raised by the parents, by your unit. And it's easy to have a policy, but if you don't comply with your policy, it doesn't really mean anything. I'm concerned. I had concerns when the school first came before us that they weren't quite ready. And I think that the performance, and mostly due to the lack of leadership and the change in leadership. We didn't know who was on first with the principal and the executive director, et cetera, and then people put on leave, people going away. I'm sure it was difficult for your unit to try to figure out who you could go to and who had the answers. So I'm greatly concerned about this, and I'm greatly concerned for those children that are enrolled in this school, that their education may be compromised because there's so many different things going on that are taking away the focus from educating our kids, because the adults in the room can't pull it together. So I don't have any further questions.
Madam President, I do. So let me try and put a different spin on it from Trustee Gomez. Dr. Johnson, will you come up and could you answer a couple questions about how good your school's doing academically? I hear there is some good news regarding some math scores. So when disparaging manure is sent up in the air and it's hoping to hit and infect somebody, I want you to clear this misnomer that your school is going nowhere. I think that's wrong. I think your school is doing great. So could you help tell us, besides the stumbling and some of the things that are happening, tell us academically how these students are doing?
Yeah, actually, when I was just sitting there, I thought to myself, I forgot to bring this up. I know Board Chair Hewson wanted me to mention this. Yes, the students, I haven't heard from anyone, I believe, that they are concerned about their students, that their children are loving the school. They're all enjoy the school. I heard a parent say recently that she couldn't believe that her daughter didn't want school to end and wanted to go back without having a summer. The scores are all very high. They are all 90+% from the latest Star Renaissance testing, and that is in math and in English language arts. The CASP, CAASPP scores are still pending, but we expect those to be high as well. So as far as the instruction, we want to really thank our teachers and the staff for putting out the hard work this year to overcome the challenges we've had. And I think at the end of the day, we want our students to, it's all about the kids, right? So we want our students to enjoy it and to perform well academically, and we believe they have.
So save the few gadflies that come in and complain and tell us how bad your school is. I'm seeing a very different picture here. And for the record, those scores are incredible.
Thank you.
All right, and congratulations to your staff.
Thank you.
That's all I have to say.
All right, I want to keep this moving because we've been here quite a while on this item, and I know we have other charters here waiting as well. But I do want to commend you as well for the results. I'm thrilled to have this choice in Irvine for children. I'm thrilled to be newly in the Irvine district as a trustee and talk to parents and people associated with the school, and I hear great things about the school. It's great to have choice. And there's growing pains with anything new, and I know you guys will work through it. It's great to see that, you know, whatever has come up, you've worked through, and thank you for your hard efforts and being part of this.
Thank you, President Barkey and board members.
Could I just ask you about your enrollment? What's your enrollment right now, or how'd you end the school year?
So our latest numbers at the end of the school year were 307, and coming into the fall, our tentative estimation is approximately 400 plus.
Okay, and how many special ed kids do you have?
Special ed, not, the percentage is low, less than 10%, less than that, yes.
Okay.
Is there a waiting list?
There is a waiting list. Right now, I believe the waiting list is TK and kinder only.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. I think we can move on now to Suncoast, who's been waiting very patiently. Thank you for everyone who's here for IIA and for Suncoast and all that. We appreciate your time and patience.
So the board requested representatives from Suncoast Preparatory Academy attend this evening and for staff to provide an update on oversight for the school. The last update on the school was given on January 5th, just to give the board a couple of items. The school has not found a facility. Our understanding is that they are still actively looking for a facility. It's been a little while now, and so potentially if they are unable to find a facility, they will need to do a material revision to adjust for the services that will not be provided at a school facility. So such as their resource center did things such as intervention services, workshops, hands-on learning activities, classwork help, student engagement, face-to-face student-teacher meetings, things like that. I do know that the school, found value in having a resource center within the boundaries of Orange County, and I think that they are still looking. Budget might be a little bit of a of an issue. It is very expensive to have facilities in Orange County. It is affecting, certain things like the ability to have in-person board meetings. They also don't house their student records in Orange County at this time. So we are looking into that and hoping that they'll be able to locate a facility in Orange County soon. Regarding staffing and special education, the interim director principal of the school has resigned effective June 30th. Today, the school board approved 2 teachers to be designated as co-principals effective July 1. The school special education provider decided not to renew its contract for the 22-23 academic year, and so they are actively looking for a new special education vendor. They do need to find a vendor to provide extended school year services for a couple of students. Those services would need to be effective July 1, and so they are looking for that vendor who would do that. The school's currently working with their attorneys on 2 special education due process hearings initiated by a parent claiming that the school failed to provide their 2 children with a free and appropriate public education, or FAPE, for 2 years. The Individuals with Disabilities in Education Act, IDEA, guarantees children with disabilities the right to a FAPE in the least restrictive environment. And so FAPE consists of special education and related services that meet the state educational standards and also conform to the child's IEP, and that would be offered free of charge to the parent. So just to give you a little bit of background there. So they are currently in that due process, in those hearings. We require testing, and we learned recently that the school did not administer the English Language Proficiency Assessment for California, or the LPAC test. This is a required state-mandated test, and it affects the ability for these students that were not tested to be reclassified. So this is a test for English learners that allows them to have reclassification. Form 700s, some of the board members had failed to submit Form 700s, which are required to be completed annually by April 1st. The school was sent a notice of concern on June 13th for failure to administer the LPAC and failure to complete and submit Form 700s. We have received those Form 700s. I believe we received them on the same day that that letter went out. I did a quick review of those forms, and nobody had anything to no one had anything on their form, so I'm not sure what the holdup was on getting those completed by the deadline of April 1st. And then the only thing that I will say is the fiscal insolvency of the school continues to be our greatest concern, and that's been ongoing now for a few years. The school received a notice of concern on April 26, requesting a fiscal stabilization plan after we reviewed the second interim budget. They continue to reflect that they'll be insolvent through the end of this fiscal year with a total ending net assets of approximately negative $165,000. We had asked them for an updated budget and a fiscal stabilization plan. We did not receive that, and so we sent a second notice and have given them until July 1 to respond with that fiscal stabilization plan. And whatever details the school is able to share with us on how they're going to ensure fiscal solvency. A budget update provided to the school's board this morning shows that the school continues to count as an asset $93,000 that they will not be collecting from a charter school that's closed. And the budget also does not reflect any payments to SMG. That's the school's long-term liabilities are owed to SMG, and those remain the same. As far as we understand, negotiations to reduce that debt have been unsuccessful. So that is $495,000 that the school has not made any payments toward now for quite some time. Additionally, the 2 special education due process cases may further affect the budget if the school does not prevail. This would include the schools and may include the parents' attorney fees as well as any negotiated settlement. This morning, the school voted to contract with a nonprofit company called Maker Learning Network. They are formerly iLead School Development for a variety of services such as curriculum training, implementation of the Maker method and Maker learner outcomes, leadership coaching. They provide governing board support services, back office services, technology, public relations, among other things that are in that contract. We did see a draft of that contract. The cost is an annual fee of 15% of all school revenues. This is including restricted and unrestricted funds. I will say this is probably one of the highest fees that we've seen so far. We don't have any school that has a vendor that charges that amount. The school with the financial status that it's in, cannot absorb this cost without going further into debt. They are aware of that. That was part of the discussion before they approved this contract. Maker Learning Network has stated that they will assist the school with obtaining additional loans. SPA's non-classroom-based funding determination expires this June. In order for SPA to continue to be funded at the current funding level, they do need to submit their new funding determination by June 30th. We had spoken to the school about this, I believe, a couple of months ago, but they were still sort of in flux as to what they were going to do with the school, and so that had not been submitted. We have reached out again to ensure that that is submitted before June 30th. If they miss that deadline, the school will receive only 85% of their funded ADA for 2 years, which could further negatively impact their fiscal position. And that is all that I have. I now invite representatives from Suncoast Preparatory Academy to the podium.
Bringing the Kleenex this time with me. Come on up. Yes, please. Thank you so much, trustees Araceli. I know, I don't know what to tell you. For 4 years, this has been my baby, and I have, made a hard decision this year, and it still tears me apart. I have loved working with Orange County Chartering Division. I mean, Araceli, Teresa, Anna, that whole entire team, Naina, has been just so supportive of everything that we do. And this board has been so supportive of everything that we do. And we want to do everything in our power to make this program what it should have been years ago and what it could still be, which is why, we made the determination, to help and get help with Maker Learning. When you're in a financial instability, it's hard to find people willing to help you. It's extremely difficult, to reach out and find access. I wholeheartedly, have been trying to find special education providers before I leave on June 30th. And I've spoken to 2. I'm still waiting for one to call me, to notify me and call me back about taking our students on, because we have some amazing students. I get to work with them on a daily basis. We are looking for an enrichment center. When COVID hit, we had 45 kids coming to our enrichment center. We had a great class schedule going, and then COVID hit, and then with the mask mandates and everything else, nobody wanted to come back into the enrichment center. And it was not cost effective to continue to pay the high rent. I mean, Araceli even said it. It's expensive to rent in Orange County, to just sit there and be dormant. It just wasn't cost effective for us. And so we are looking for other options. My board treasurer, Wendy, is here, and she's been instrumental in helping us try to find help and try to find these areas that we can be in to support our kids the way that they need to be supported. This due process threw all of us for a loop, in all honesty. When I got that notification, my heart sunk, because I felt like we did everything in our power to help this family and to do everything in our power to continue to support that family. And when that due process came, it sunk my heart to see that that's what was happening. I don't know why the Form 700 didn't get turned in. I can't answer that question. I sent it out. I have emails of the 4 or 5 times I emailed the board requesting them, sending them out virtually to be signed. I think that with my resignation, it took the board a second to gather themselves to be able to continue with what we're doing, and because I think it was a shock for the board. They knew that I was struggling, but I don't think they realized just how much I was struggling, to where I got to the point where I couldn't stay. And I'm standing up here again, and you've known me for 4 years. The fiscal insolvency is an issue that we've all talked about. We all know it's here. I know that, Trustee Williams and I had talked about it in January, about looking for, a foundation to help us. And we have been looking into that. So it is something that is a concern. And then I'm going to let Delano talk about the fiscal insolvency and the funding determination. The LPAC issue is all on me. I thought I had until June 7th, which is our last day of school, and I had until May 31st. It was just a miscalculation in my head. And so I do want to take full responsibility for that because that was my mistake. That was my error. So that being said, I know that one of my teachers who has not been to one of these meetings would really love to speak to you. And I want to give her that opportunity. And then I want Delano to be able to talk about the fiscal instability and the fiscal insolvency and the funding determination, because I know that he and I spoke about that today after our board meeting. But real quick, I always like to end with a positive. Besides my teacher speaking and Delano speaking, it is a positive. I looked at our numbers. 3 years ago, we only had 25 to 30% of our students that tested in CASP testing and completed it. This year, 70% of our students tested and completed all of their CASP testing. That's a huge, huge improvement in my book. You know, do we want to get better at it? Yes, of course we do. But to grow from 30% 2.5 years ago to now, I'm pretty impressed that we can double our numbers. I had 8 graduates this year, 2 of which graduated. They were 11th graders graduating a year early. 1 graduated a 1.5 years early because she graduated in December. That's a positive to our program as well. Our supplemental instruction, our teachers looked at the students that had learning loss. They looked at our English learners. They looked at other kids that due to COVID or due to loss of family members, whatever the case may be, needed that support, needed that instruction, and that's what they did. They wholeheartedly came into this program this year knowing it was going to be a struggle and just rocked it, in my opinion. I couldn't have asked for a better staff this year. I couldn't have asked for more support this year from my staff. I just can't. I can't keep, I feel like Midas, or is that the Atlas, the one that had Atlas that had the globe on his shoulder for, you know, hundreds and thousands of years. Like, that's what I feel like. And I feel like I mentioned it in the board meeting today. We needed that light brigade to come and help lead us home. And that light brigade at this moment is the board and Maker Learning for coming to help us. I really wish I had had something similar to what Maker Learning was able to present to us 2 years ago when I started really struggling. Because I think that with some other help, I might have been able to not be where I am today and been able to continue on. And that's not a reflection. I don't like asking for help. I'm not one to ask for help, and Wendy knows this, and all of my staff knows this. I always want to do it myself. And that's my problem, and that's what I need to work on. Yes. And so we needed more help, and I just didn't ask for it. So my positives of our program has done some amazing things this year, and I'm very proud of everybody that I've worked with over the last 4 years. Hey, look, the first time I didn't need those, and I brought them. Because I brought them and I didn't need them.
You were prepared.
Okay, Heidi, I'm passing the baton to you.
Okay, so I'm speaking on behalf of the colleagues and families that can't be here that wish they could have. I'm a teacher of record for Suncoast Prep Academy. I'd like to share my gratitude for the opportunity to speak on behalf of my colleagues and families. After listening to the proposal from Maker Learning and what their organization can offer, my colleagues and I agree this is the best option so that we can continue everything we have been accomplishing at Suncoast without interruption. We all work hard to deliver our educational expertise, ensuring our students experience their best educational journey possible. Personally, I'm aware of what iLead has delivered and as a vendor, and I'm excited to work with them this next school year. Having worked under the tenacious and motivating leadership of Shauna, we also firmly believe in putting forth strong work ethic to make our charter the best it can be for our families. We encourage that Maker Learning will give us the opportunity for professional development and the marketing tools to ensure growth for our charter schools, which is very important given our fiscal situation. As teachers of record, we have and continue to build strong relationships with our families and would like to continue on the educational journey of our scholars this next school year. As I mentioned before, I am also looking forward to teaching at an enrichment center so our families can reap the benefits of a well-rounded education program. I would like to add the relationships I have built with other enrichment centers over the years to strengthen the possibility of increased enrollment, as these centers and teachers would like to be recognized as vendors with Suncoast. I hope we can all reach an agreement today. Well, we already did. We have a vested interest to continue to put our energy into growing our charter this coming year. Thank you so much for your time.
Mr. Jones.
Good evening, Board President Barkey, Trustee Gomez, Williams, Sparks. I'm Delano Jones. I'm with North Compass Consulting. I believe we've all met before, right on that screen there. Thank you for having me and allowing me an opportunity to speak. As I've previously mentioned, I think we all know the challenges with Suncoast Prep. The enrollment, the revenues are just not there to sustain the operation to the level that they need to provide the education for their students and families. Make Learning has offered them an opportunity. While we've heard from Shauna and Kim regarding some of that, obviously there's a lot more that needs to be determined with Maker Learning in terms of moving this forward. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but that meeting is next week? Next Tuesday, to officially decide that. I'll be happy to take more questions regarding, it's really hard to say what can happen here without, specific questions. I think we all know the struggles in terms of fiscally the last 2 years, what has happened to them. And let's strike that and go back. We'll say about 3 years, to be quite honest with you, that there have been these issues with struggle with management, et cetera. To my surprise, when I came on board with them back in July of 20, we looked at some of the fiscal issues, and right away, we can see that there were some areas where they needed to clean up certain things, strengthen, their fiscal operations, be mindful of how they're spending money, things like that. They had a buffer for several years with National University, who provided a great deal of support at a cost, obviously. But the school was not aware to the degree of that cost. And again, there's no one to blame but, the school itself for that, because I think part of that is, hey, you have to ask questions. You have to make sure that you're on top of, documents that are given to you. Make sure you ask questions for clarity and that things are explained to you. Unfortunately, a lot of that did not happen, and it did not begin to happen until 2020. In July of 20 when we came along. And I think they knew prior to that there was a need to change, to the tune of $500,000 that they're in debt to SMG, which was the arm of National that provided most of those resources. That debt is still on the books. That's really one of the main sticking points here with their fiscal position, is just the amount of debt that they currently have on the balance sheet. I can't make it go away. We've done everything possible to, I like to say I can work a little magic, but no miracles. And so, we can do what we can to cut costs, mitigate certain expenses and things like that. But all those things come at a cost to the program, right? And so we have to be mindful of that. And there are challenges there. But I will leave you with this, that there's an opportunity here with Maker Learning for some new things to happen, for some reinvigoration, if you will. I haven't, in my 2 years with you guys, seen this much. I'm searching for a word here. There's a lot of gravity around saving the school, right? And so that's a good thing, and I like that, because it tells me that people actually cared, but now that they see an opportunity to do something about it, they will. I'm happy for the opportunity to discuss the financials in more depth. I don't have anything with me, but I can certainly share what I know off the top of my head, which is probably a great deal about the school. Yes, thank you. So the funding determination is ready to go. It's a matter of deciding when the board, if they were going to move forward with shutting down the school, or moving forward with an opportunity to re-engage with someone who can provide some assistance. So the funding determination is ready to go. It's just pushing the button to send it off. It's been done for a few months. I sort of took the liberty of putting the cart before the horse here and getting that done. So I'm satisfied with where it is. I anticipate that they will get 100% funding for the next 2 years if and when this is approved. Excuse me 1 second. Thank you. And so that's ready to go. I don't anticipate any issues with the funding determination other than getting it submitted. And in fact, we'll have that as a board action item for Tuesday as well.
That's already on the agenda, sir.
All right, thank you. Any questions from anyone? If there's anyone else that needs to speak, I can certainly let you do so, but I think most of the questions may be around financial.
Okay, would you like to start with questions?
Well, I have a few, and then I'll leave it to my colleagues. What is your current enrollment?
121,
Okay.
and we
So-
hope to be at 250 by.
Shauna, can you come to the mic because we're recording?
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
We are at 121 currently, but we hope to be at 250 when we start school in August.
How do you propose to go from the 121 to 250?
Maker Learning is creating a plan right now to help us market and to get us up and going, because they've got a huge wealth of networking possibilities to get us out there and get parents to be notified of who we are, something that I didn't have access to. So marketing.
Okay. So in the letter of June 3rd from OCDE, it indicated that the SPA's board did not decide if the school would continue operations for the 22-23 school year. So is that what's on the board's agenda for later this month? Or?
No, we already agreed that we would stay in session, we would stay open and be working with Maker Learning Network.
Okay. And I know that there's a response due on July 1 having to do with your estimated actuals and multi-year projections and cash
Yes.
flow.
And Delano and I have been working on those. We were just, waiting. We have been in a state of uncertainty, not knowing how the proposal was going to go and how the board was going to vote on the proposal from Maker Learning.
We voted this morning.
And we voted this morning to approve, the board voted to approve Maker Learning's proposal. And so Delano and I just have to finish up. We already had a skeleton budget ready to go, so we just have to move forward with that, knowing how many we want to grow to and everything.
Okay, so what is, I'm sorry, it's Maker Learning?
Maker Learning.
What is their proposal to help you get through this financial difficulty?
I think, Amber, you're muted. I know, no.
Sorry, I've been juggling YouTube and the
Yes.
Zoom. Thank you. Hi, my name's Amber Golden. I'm CEO of Maker Learning Network. I am a 15-year veteran in charter schools. We've grown from 75 kids in 2008 to 7,000 kids today, 6 California schools. So we do have, and I started the first one out of desire and need from my own 2 biological children who are now, one graduated college, one's in college. And I just say that because it's been a labor of love. Everything we do is nonprofit. And where we found ourselves in that very first year was where Shauna is. Struggling as an individual school, trying so hard to make it all happen. I bringing tears to my eyes too, Shauna, because I know how that feels. So out of really just wanting to be supportive, my co-founder and I, Dawn Evenson, founded this, what we used to call Isaac Schools Development. We've had a name change now to Maker Learning Network, a support organization that is all encompassing. And that's why our fees are higher, because we don't just do back office. We don't just do professional development. We do everything and anything that a school director would need, because that's what districts provide. So we emulated districts and we created all those departments. We have a facilities department that will not just find a facility as a broker would, but will help stock it, staff it, finance the FF&E, all those things. And I've learned all that on the job, supporting these kinds of situations and schools, one-off schools and bigger schools that we've also grown ourselves. So the key to this is really enrollment. If we can grow enrollment, which I'm certain we can, because we are very experienced at that, and we've got huge waiting lists in our other schools, that will be able to fill this school, help it grow and thrive. And I'm sad Shauna's leaving because you're a great asset, Shauna. And still, one of the things that we provide is this continuity when there's transition in leadership. When one person leaves, it shouldn't have everything fall apart. And so we provide that because we have a system and a network of support. So again, I know enrollment's the key, and I know that then creates cash flow problems, and we've got plans for that and resources and a network to support those issues. But because we're very familiar with California financing, I hope that I'm open to other questions, but that's an overview.
Well, when you mentioned cash flow issues, are you providing a grant, or how are the dollars being infused into the school?
No, because we are not and do not want to be an operator of the school, we don't provide that. But what we will do is assist through the relationships that we already have, either receivable sales, line of credit, things like that. And we monitor the payables so that, you open an account and there's net 30, it doesn't all have to go out at once. We'll stagger staffing and hiring so that it's happening appropriately for the cash flow that the school has. We know we're very experienced at monitoring those things, but we don't want to be in the business of lending because of what happened with National University. Well-meaning, but that becomes an issue. So we help the school monitor that appropriately.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions at this time.
I have a few questions. Actually, Araceli, I have a question for you first, but you guys stay right there because I've got questions for you too. And you guys too. Araceli, the first question is, with the Maker Learning's percentage being a little bit higher at 15% for their consulting fees, what is the average that you see with other schools? Because you said it was on the high end.
We don't have a lot of schools who utilize this model typically, but I believe the highest that we have right now is 12%.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that helps. Okay. And then I'll go to the Maker folks next. How realistic is a save here in terms of you being able to come in and support with your large array of services? In your predictions and your analyses, what gives you the confidence in your modeling that you're going to be able to produce what needs to be produced to make this school financially viable?
Experience, and I'm very confident that we can save here. We've done it before. We've saved schools that were struggling, and we've started from scratch with much less notice. We started a school with 6 weeks notice. A district asked us to come because another charter support organization was pulling out, and we came in and started a new school from scratch because we were a different model. So I am certain we have more time now. And one other benefit is that we don't, I know that you're talking about our fees being on the higher end, although we know we've looked nationwide and we aren't the most expensive, but I know we are higher rather than lower. But we don't have to bill right away. So that's helpful because we have a staff that can come in and support without requiring money up front. We bill when the school has money.
Well, that's what I was.
That's helpful.
That's another question or suggestion that I wanted you all to consider, if it's a possibility. Would it be to have some sliding scale of that percentage from say 12% the first year, 13 or 14 the second year, and leading up to the 15, and then when you're up and running and you've reached your goals, then you could back charge that your current rate. Or something along those lines.
I mean, we'll entertain something like that. We typically a percentage is a sliding scale because it's based on enrollment, right? They don't have to pay as much when they don't have as many kids, and And actually, the sliding scale might be better at the other end when it's bigger and there's more economy of scale. But what we're more comfortable doing usually is just being flexible about when the payment is made. And if we need to put that in writing, that's not a problem. But it's more about the cash flow situation, I think, for them than, yeah.
Right. I think I would be comfortable if you had some agreement that was in writing so that if we're able to move forward, that we have, the confidence that you have that you're going to reach your goals.
Sure.
Because we want to support you. We want the school to succeed, but there comes a point where, we have to make sure that we're doing our due diligence as a board. So to have some of those things in writing might be helpful.
Naturally, okay.
Yeah, but I appreciate, your past successes and your record. That does give me a lot of confidence. Maybe not quite as much as yours, but I do have confidence in you.
I understand. And also, I just want to say I'm an Orange County girl. I went to Corona Del Mar High School, so I'm very familiar with the community.
I live right by there, so excellent. Okay, and for the school, leadership of the school,
Yes, ma'am.
you guys have been through it, definitely been through it. And, as we've talked about with every charter school that comes up before us, there are some growing pains, there are obstacles, there are challenges. You have had about every challenge, maybe not as many as some others, but you've had a lot of challenges. And again, in choosing this vendor, and I like what I'm hearing, what's the confidence on your side, in terms of the board, in terms of the incoming leadership, that you're going to be able to, that this company is going to be able to come in and help you to save the day, and you're going to have those systems in place in terms of your staffing, to serve these families, the 121 families currently, and when more families come, I mean, we need to know this is going to work.
I'm going to tell you right now this morning, and Wendy is well aware, I voiced a huge concern for the 15% this morning. I mean, Amber and Eduardo are very aware of that. And I think that after hearing everybody speak, I felt much better allowing them to adopt my baby. And I even told them that. I'm like, I am letting you adopt my child right now, so please take care of her. I felt much better after having that conversation, and they did, and Amber did make mention in the board meeting today on record that they're not aren't required to pay up front. We pay when we have the money, and she made it very clear that was, I think having in writing would make me at ease, because it is, even though it's recorded and everything else, I do like the idea of having it in writing, but I did feel much better at the end of that meeting. I mean, we essentially tabled or we did the other action items first and then came back to the proposal. And I think that at the end of it, after hearing, their successes and hearing how they, hearing their conversations, I do feel, and like I said, I really wish I had had something like this 2 years ago when I took over all by myself and had zero transparency from my predecessor. I really wish I had something like this. I made do with what I had and kept it going for 2 years. And so I think them coming in is going to help us grow to where we should have been 2 years ago, and help us grow if I had had the help that I could have gotten had I known this was available back then. So I am much more confident and comfortable in handing the reins over. We have 2 amazing staff that have been doing this for a while that are going to be interim until they can find a permanent person. One has been my right hand for the last 2.5 years. And the other one, he and I have worked together for the last 15. And he knows independent study like the back of his hand. And so we put these in place knowing that my position is way too big for one person alone. And so we split it up into 2 people, so that nobody else is overwhelmed the way I was when I took this on. Because it's not fair to somebody else to just hand it over and be done to what happened to me and say, okay, bye. that's not my style to begin with. So I wanted to make sure that we had something in place that I'm comfortable with before I walk away June 30th. And please know that just because I've walked away does not mean that I'm not going to be checking up on them. This is my baby. And so I may have resigned and I may have given up the reins, but I can't just disappear into the sunset and pretend like I was never there. So I do feel confident
Thank you.
being able to give it up.
Thank you. That's all I have for now.
Okay. Where do I begin? We have cried together.
I only have so much Kleenex.
I know. We have cried. We have cried together. Shauna had many conversations. This board cares very much about your mission and the children that are there. And you have shown great courage. I admire you. You're a strong woman. You're an incredible human being. I can't think of any higher words and accolades that I can give to you for what you have done. It's truly a miracle. And to Delano, it's good to see you in,
I know, right?
in person.
Yeah.
I
A lot different.
Yeah.
That's right.
We appreciate your dedication,
Yes.
what you have been to provide all this information to us, and it's good to see you in person. I know that you said the numbers just aren't there. If you could come up to the mic, because some of the questions I'm going to ask regarding past practices. So for the record, originally, and help me out here, Shauna, you were affiliated with National University, is that correct?
Yes.
And they, how did that relationship begin, and how did it strengthen, and how did you depart? What was the element that destroyed it?
And the chancellor at National University thought that it would be a good PR move for them to take on a charter school. And we were all our own kind of entities prior to that under the Lakeside Unified School District. And when the chancellor brought that up, one of our board members said, hey, I know of a great conglomerate of schools that we can take on and put under our umbrella. They're going to be a great investment kind of a thing. There were, at one time, 10 schools under that umbrella, all the way up California, up to Sacramento, Robla, all in different areas. And slowly we started dying off and ended up with 4 of us, mostly in Southern California. And then 2 years ago, we were down to 3 schools and one of them broke away. And that was kind of like that proverbial straw that NU was like, okay, you spent too much money. You're not paying it back. Okay, we're done. We're done with this experiment. And so NU essentially, that's when our name changed, was 2 years ago, because they said you can no longer use any part of National University in your name either. It's proprietary, so we had to get rid of National University Academy. And so we became Seneca's Preparatory Academy at that moment.
And Delano, were you on board at that time as the back office provider?
No, I was not.
You weren't there
I
for
did
that
not come
transition.
on until July 1 of 2020.
I see.
Right when, and I'm assuming NU had given you guys notice.
Correct. They notified
in the
us June
spring
1st
or
of
something,
2020 that they were no longer going to be providing assistance, help, whatever you want to call it, back office services. And that's when we found.
Okay, so at that time, you're using National University and their subsidiary management, which is SNG.
Systems Management Group, yes.
Okay, and that's from National University. And when you broke off back in that 2020 period, did they mandate that you use them as the back office provider?
No.
No, so you could have made the decision not to be the back office provider?
Well, so once we left, once National severed ties, we couldn't use Systems Management Group anymore because they're under the umbrella subsidiary. They have a tentacle in there somewhere of an octopus. We're not quite sure how they're all related. They share office space with National at one of their locations. So they're integrated, but they're not. They have a separate tax ID number.
Right.
If I can explain
Yeah,
it
please.
a little bit.
What, you didn't like my
No,
explanation?
no, it's perfect. I think you guys have far more info than I do with
Go
this,
for it.
or with this relationship. So I think, so SMG is an arm of National, right? So it's essentially their HR, their, fiscal department, or whatever you want to call it, right? But they also do, and I think it was a wonderful idea, what they attempted to do was to support, the K-12 education here, and I imagine that it would then flow up to them in terms of now having some, some skin in the game in that way. But because they're such a huge entity, a lot was camouflaged in terms of
No oversight.
oversight. I mean, money. They're paying all these bills, but no. And I don't even want to say this publicly, but I don't know if anyone on their end was really watching the coffers in the way that they should have, because if I were their director or their vice chancellor of business services, I should be aware of $1.5 million being owed to me, right? And I would be coming to you guys to collect in no uncertain terms, right? And I think even more, the boards of these schools were never made aware of how much National or SMG was fronting the cost for staff, payroll, all the expenditures that the school really had. So they didn't really connect the dots that, oh, payroll this month was $75,000. I don't have $75,000 in the bank. So they would just send them invoices, and I imagine they were periodically. I don't know if they were consistently month over month. And this board could not really determine if those expenditures were real or imagined, because, they just sent it home. And again, there was just the lack of oversight, and I'm trying to be mindful of critiquing them because I was not there or present during all of that. But when I came on in July and I looked at the financials, I can clearly see immediately that there were some issues there with, the amount of liabilities that they had, specifically the amount of money that they owed to SMG at that point was $563,000. And now it's $495,000 because the school has made some leeway in terms of paying it off, but then we got to a point where to pay them off is essentially closing the school, in my opinion.
Or taking money away from our kids, which we weren't willing to do.
And so the school put a pause, the board put a pause on paying that. We've tried to have some conversations, meaningful conversations regarding the debt, but obviously from their position, I can see why they wouldn't necessarily be open to our plan for debt forgiveness. We approached them several times with that, but,
So was there some liability on the part of National University, or was there some, what appears to be the fraud and intentional torture and removal or putting this burden upon your charter school? These are very complicated issues when you get into finances and you get into the National University level, which is a multi-million-dollar business, and they're a for-profit business. They want to make a name for themselves.
They are not for profit if you listen to their ads on television,
Yeah.
sir.
But what I'm thinking and how we got here is that something really bad happened to you.
They will not admit any culpability because I have blatantly asked them that question when I took over 2 years ago.
You want to come to the microphone?
I blatantly asked them, where is your culpability in this? You allowed continual spending when nothing was being paid. Why did you continue to allow this to happen?
And are they telling you they want their money?
Yeah.
They're threatening you?
No, they have not threatened us. They have honestly allowed this to continue with non-payment for over a year now, because I think we made the decision last school year to stop making payments towards the end of the school year. And they have not come after us and said, this needs to be paid now. However, they do make it difficult for us to have conversations with them and meetings with them about a repayment plan unless we provide them with details of what we want to propose and what is in our plan to meet with them. They just won't carry on a conversation with us at this point anymore.
Have you contacted a litigation attorney?
We have, and they have said that there's not a lot that we can do in regards to this because our board approved the invoices for payment. And so essentially, they are due their money. When we pay it is when we pay it, you know, because we cannot take away from student education to pay it.
And do you have an agreement that you're going to pay them this money on a timely basis or installments or whatever? Do you have that agreement?
We had an agreement 2 years ago that we would start making payments, and then based on a conflict of interest with one of our board members, brought to our attention by our own lovely charter school division here, which I thought was great, we had to revote on the repayment plan.
I have to interrupt you. Our charters, Araceli told you about a conflict of interest with one of your board of directors?
For making,
enlighten us on this.
so one of our board members worked for National University.
Oh, really?
So when that person voted on the repayment plan and said this has to be paid back, it essentially was, no, she can't vote on that, you need to revote. And we had to get a conflict of interest letter to her because she deemed that it was not a conflict of interest because she doesn't get paid by the board.
Okay. The conspiracy.
And she's on the board for all of our schools, all the schools that were a part of that conglomeration.
Oh, really?
And she's still on the board for the other 2 schools, us and the other. So anytime SMG is mentioned or we have something on the agenda, she has to sign off of the meeting or step away or abstain from vote. And she can't make any comments or vote based on the letter I have from our legal counsel, that it is a conflict of interest for her to approve or make any comments towards that entity or INEO.
Okay. So this is all new to us. As the story evolves, we're processing it as you're talking.
Yeah.
I have no other thoughts or comments other than this is quite complicated, and maybe you should seek another legal opinion.
Yeah.
Because something sounds real fishy here.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm done with my questions.
Okay. Let's see. I made some notes because I've been waiting a while here and didn't want to
sorry.
forget. No. Didn't want to forget what I wanted to say. So, Shauna, first of all, I'm so sorry you're leaving. Thank you for your heart and everything you've done. You have been the face of Suncoast, and I know a lot of families have depended on that. So thank you for doing that. I appreciate your honesty, your heart, and everything that you bring to the table. Let's see. I know Wendy's heart, and it's amazing, and I'm glad that you're on the board and that you're going to be around through this transition as Shauna leaves and to keep things going. Delano, it's great to see you in person. You know, I kept looking at you going, that guy looks so familiar. And I couldn't figure out why. And then as soon as you came up, I'm like, that's it. So thank you for being here. So I think it's just super nice to have you here. Let's see. I have okay. Thank you for your heart and for sharing, and appreciate that and bringing a teacher's perspective. Thank you to Learner Network. I'm happy you're here and that you're here. I have heard great things about Learners Network, you know, regardless of the price and all of that. I'm excited that the support that you'll bring, and even talking about this litigation, I know that you have support here, and so you'll be on that. And I know,
Absolutely.
as you said, you've experienced this personally, and so I love that. That's really important to me. Let me see. I love to hear about the improvements in the learning. That's so important. To double that is huge. I'm thrilled about hearing that your enrollment is going to double. The early graduates, it's all great stuff. It's great things. And I just love the confidence that Learners Network has, the confidence, the heart, the love, the flexibility. I think that's so important. And so I'm really happy. I know this is a long road and it's going to continue, but we're here to support you all the way. And I know that you have great internal support, external support. So thank you for everything you're doing. And I look forward to helping you in this journey. So, you know, the best things don't come by easy, but you're doing tremendous work with your students, and we appreciate that. And we look forward to you expanding that capacity.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have one last
Thank you
question.
so much.
I wrote down something that I want to be sure I got straight. And Sally, I don't know if this was you or if it was Suncoast Prep, but there was a mention of $495,000 in debt.
Yes.
Yeah, I said that.
Okay. Yeah, I was writing notes and I didn't know where I got it from.
I think we all said it, yeah.
Okay, so if Makers Learning Network is willing to help you going forward, how do we repay this $495,000?
Well, I'm sure Maker can address from their side, but from my perspective, one of the things that I've been pushing for is to go back to the table with National and SMG and working on a plan that's amicable for the school, first and foremost, from my perspective, but also for them as well, right? And it's up to their board really to determine, what that looks like. I'll give you a little insight, probably a little bit more than you care to know. Our first meeting with National and their team, I went in, I asked for everything. I said, hey, we want.
Might as well.
Yeah,
Right.
may as well. Yeah, that's right. You get nothing when you don't ask for anything. So I said, well, we want total debt forgiveness.
Over 2 years, though, it wasn't
Yeah.
just, hey, we're gonna write
You
this
know,
off
I
now.
tried
We
to
asked for
soften-
2 years.
Soften the blow a little bit, but I think the feedback from their end was, well, you can't expect that particular individual to walk into his board and say that, because then, that accountability piece, as I mentioned, will come in like, on whose watch did this happen? So I think it was a matter of, well, if we take this if they took it to their board, it would open probably a can of worms for them that they don't necessarily want. So it was, as far as I'm concerned, one of those things where they say, well, if the charter goes away, then, it's easily explained, hey, they owed us money, but now they're gone, so we can't get it. But as long as the charter is existing, there is that potential for it to be able to repay them. So why would I want to negotiate a settlement when I can just wait? So, but that was last spring, I think was the last
Year ago.
conference.
Yep,
Yeah.
last spring.
They may have softened a little bit at this point. I'm hopeful, but I'm not, optimistic that I can walk in there again without something else to offer, something more tangible. And at this moment, I don't have anything tangible to give them.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Keep all your records. Keep all the emails, keep all the texts.
Thank you guys so much. It was a pleasure meeting you all in person. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your time
Thank
tonight.
you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I think the board is now going to take a 10 to 15-minute recess. We'll take care of our closed session and we'll be back. But thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
So are you recessing to closed session?
Yes, yes.
When do you want to announce that, so for the record?
For the record, we're recessing to closed session.
back with Andrea.
All right, we're going to start with number 11, and I'm going to let Board VP, Dr. Williams, take the lead.
Yes, Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to adopt formally item number 11, which is pull it out here, which is a resolution regarding contracts as they come before the Board of Education. So with that, I'll make some preamble remarks, but I need a second.
I'll second that.
Okay, got a second. So part of the origins of this resolution come from many years of being here on this board and not seeing everything that's in our budget. We have countlessly many opportunities complain that a lot of these grants, monies that flow into the budget are not seen and distilled by the board. We don't know where they come from. We don't know about their the adoption process, whether they require board approval. Some grants do, some grants do not. So we're trying to create greater transparency. The board has to operate under the concept of transparency. Under the Brown Act, we cannot do anything as an individual. The superintendent, being a separately elected position, makes a lot of decisions in his role for this department, and overall, he does a good job. But part of the problem that I see is the lack of transparency, and it is the role of this board to provide that transparency for the public and to make these contracts more able to be viewed and read and reviewed by the public. So that's what this resolution is intended to do, along with items number 12 and 13. A lot of this is going to be applying to those action items. So that is the preamble. And with that, I'm going to ask Mr. Greg Rowland, our counsel, to assist with further elucidating the origins and rationale behind this.
Members of the board, Mr. Superintendent, there's not a lot to report since we brought this action item forward on June 1st. On June 2nd, Trustee Williams provided all the documentation, these last three agenda items, to the staff to be put on this agenda. As we said publicly, we privately reached out to see if we could have a meeting with the principals in the department to discuss the implementation of this resolution and the AR and BP, because all of the prongs of the department may have something to do with implementing this resolution. That was done on June 3rd. Late last week, I got a very polite and professional email from the deputy superintendent saying that nobody wanted to meet with me. Or nobody had time to meet with me. And be fair, it's graduation season, everybody's very busy. And to be even more fair, I have that effect on a lot of people. But this is a golden opportunity for the board and staff to work together and have Orange County be the avatar of good governance that the voters so overwhelmingly elected all of you to be. So the resolution, as Dr. Williams said, lists a history of how this board has endeavored to create some transparency in the contracting process. The resolution also lists 22 different statutes requiring board approval. And these statutes have not been followed. And these statutes aren't made up by me. These statutes are passed by the legislature and signed by the executive branch. These are laws. And as Her Honor said, we're asking only that we follow the law. So that is what the resolution does. The board policy revisions are to make it more precise so that the board exercises all the authority it has, but only the authority it has. So we limited the scope of board policy, 122. Now, we cannot put everything in a board policy and resolution. So we created an administrative regulation that is somewhat unprecedented, because this AR allows the board to exercise its authority under 1042A to administer the superintendent of schools. So this AR, which is different from things that have been done before, provides specific direction to the staff about how to execute the resolution and the board policy. And the idea about involving staff was to see if there was any better way to write it, to identify any inconsistencies between the resolution and board policy and administrative regulation that could cause some confusion, typos, that sort of thing. So I did the work. I took a look at it. And there is a perceived, there could be an inconsistency between the resolution directive number 3 on page 44 and Roman numeral 3A1 in the administrative regulation. Let me highlight that perceived inconsistency so the board can be made aware and perhaps take action. In the resolution, it says within 10 days of receipt of a new obligation, OCDE shall provide the executive committee and board council with the following information. In the administrative regulation, it says within 10 days of receipt or solicitation of a new obligation. That means if they are offered a new obligation, grant, or contract, or if they are asking, they're soliciting one. So that's two different things, right? When they get it, when they ask for it. So that is a perceived inconsistency that we may want to reconcile. On page 52, paragraph 2, line 5. Since we don't have trustee Floor here, I identified a typographical error. There's parentheses around June 15, 2022 that should be omitted. The decision before the board this evening is to approve 11, 12, and 13, and try to implement 11, 12, and 13 with effect, involving staff in the same spirit that we have, or we put off approving 11, 12, and 13 for another month to give staff an opportunity to meet and provide input. That's the will of the board. The only thing I would say is these laws have been on the books a long time. This should have been done long ago. So I applaud the board for identifying. I didn't identify it. You guys identified this problem, and I simply direction. It's unprecedented in the state of California. I think it's something that should have been done a long time ago. If there's any question on any particular part of the resolution, new board policy and or AR, I can answer them.
Well, I'd like to, if I could.
Please.
It's of the utmost importance that we follow the law. From day one, when I was sworn into office in 2018, the first time, I'd been for transparency around grants and contracts, to learn and expose as much as we can so that the public can have a better understanding of how the grants and contracts work, whether they're granted, how the funds are granted, whether they're pass-through funds. You know, it can be kind of complicated. And when we're constantly up on the dais talking about transparency, budget transparency, curricular transparency, this really gets at the heart of doing exactly that. And our board has really fought for more transparency for the public, so that the public can understand how and where the funds are being spent around these contracts. So I applaud you for taking the time to put this together, to really understand and investigate all the various California codes that support this. And yeah, so I'm all for more transparency and understanding so the public knows what questions to ask.
And don't forget to give Ms. Scheiduster her due, because we did
Absolutely.
3 public presentations about this, and she provided the board a memorandum. So she's to be applauded for the work she
Absolutely.
did. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
Yes, thank you. My concern would just be the logistics of some of this stuff. You know, I'm looking at page 44, for example, and talking about within 10 days of receipt of a new obligation, the executive committee and board council will, and they'll provide the following information, and then the information is listed. Again, if we're trying to be transparent, I think it should come before the entire board and not just the executive committee. And secondly, if the staff hasn't been given the opportunity to look at this, to see if this is doable, because maybe things like, you know, 10 days may not be long enough to do that. And again, good governance, we want to be sure that people are able to perform the procedure that we're outlining. So I think it would be in our best interest not to approve this tonight, but to allow the staff an opportunity to review it and see if there are any issues, and have the opportunity for them to look at the ed codes to make sure that their understanding is in fact the same as the board's.
To be clear, again, excuse me, all the board members were provided with a packet that referenced every citation in the resolution per your request. That was provided today, and that's my fault. We had a miscommunication with me and my paralegal, and then I got in an airplane for 2 days. So it was given to the entire board today, so that can be provided to staff. And I agree with you, the idea behind 1 through 6 in the resolution is to give staff an opportunity to look at it, report to the executive committee if the parties can agree it's something that falls under the Scheiduster formula that is in this resolution. Then we can put it on as an action item for the entire board to see. It was just trying to create a process, and that's also what the AAR does, to try to create a process we can all agree on to process these contracts.
When was that information sent?
About 11.
So between 11 and 4, we were expected to look at that lengthy document?
No, I didn't expect you to. But
Well, that was the whole purpose of me asking the question
right,
before, so I could look at it in the context of this information.
There's hundreds of pieces of paper in there, and it was going to go to you Friday, per the deputy superintendent's instruction that you like to do your work over the weekend. And it was prepared for you over Friday. I miscommunicated with my paralegal, and it didn't get to you. So I found out about this miscommunication when I got off the airplane and promptly sent it to the board. So you're right, I'm not expecting you to read all of that before this evening.
So, just a few remarks. Thank you, Trustee Gomez. I agree with you in part on some of the issues that you raised. And as Mr. Rowland indicated, he previously asked the staff to get involved, and they did not do it for whatever reason. I'm not sure, but I'm willing and would love to put this on the table, lay on the table for our July meeting, or maybe even the August meeting. I'm not sure how much time is necessary. I understand that this is important to the board as well as to the superintendent and staff, and their input is needed. So I am willing to make the motion to lay it on the table. Haven't made it, but I'm willing to make it. But I gotta ask Dr. Maharis if he is going to assign staff to work on it.
Thank you for that question, Dr. Williams and members of the board. I appreciate all of your hard work, and I appreciated the comments by Mr. Rowland and his integrity in terms of where it might have gotten off track with respect to us. And I never want to use anything as an excuse. I think that when we first saw this, the resolution, it was on the 1st of June. And I hadn't seen it before. It popped up, it went to publication, it was disseminated. I hadn't seen it before. I saw it pretty much the same time the public saw it. And then you didn't have a board policy and an AR to follow, which you now have. And so we just didn't get to it either. I mean, it isn't as though we didn't want to talk with Mr. Rowland or your team. We certainly do, and I think that's the proper spirit. It's extremely complicated, as attested to by what he said about all these laws, and some of these laws are not as clear as they look. Even Maggie Chidester mentioned that. There's some gray language in there, and so I think the spirit of the law was that at some point the parties would find what is in the best interest of the student population, parents, all the stakeholders in this great county, and come to peace. Maybe give a little on both sides. Obviously, those things that are clearly in your court, you don't want to give. You want to give an inch. And I want to say that every time that we have pursued a grant or a contract, it has been from the perspective that I had the authority to move in that direction, that I had the authority to assume that responsibility. When it was mandated that the board, the only body that can approve this, and that was made clear to me, then I made no effort at all, no attempt to circumvent that. I mean, like, for example, you're going to approve the LCAPs of access, special schools. That's clearly within your authority. And you could decide not to approve that if you wanted to. That's your choice. And when it comes to the charter schools, the moment you approve that school, regardless of what we've done as a staff to advise you, we're behind it because that's your authority. It's not my authority, it's your authority. So our job is to do everything we can to make the schools successful, the charter schools. And we do the same thing with respect to monitoring the budgets of our 28 districts and monitoring their LCAPs as well. But I want to say that I would appreciate some more time and an opportunity for us to come together. I don't know when they're going to certify the election, but good Lord willing, it looks like we're all going to be back. So it behooves us, obviously. I mean, I don't want to spend money on lawsuits. I think that was one of the recommendations that Maggie said. Remember in her presentation, she said we shouldn't be fighting each other and going to court. So if there's a way for us to come together and in the spirit of really working as a group and finding common ground, I certainly want to do that. So yes, Dr. Williams, to your question, I would have our staff work with you, your team, you and the members of the board here, your team. We're willing to do that, and we don't really, if we're prudent and we move quickly, we don't have to lose a lot of time. We can get into it and we can find what are those things that that are clearly on your side, clearly on my side, and then where there's a lot of gray, let's talk about how can we exercise these things in the spirit of trying to do what's right in this great county.
And now to that, thank you. I agree. There's great wisdom in what you just shared and iterated. I just need to express that it's frustrating to a board member when we get a big, thick document, such as this budget here. And I look at all these grants and I go, wow, this is good stuff. California Preschool Instructional Network, Alcohol, Drug Abuse Prevention Services, Comprehensive Literacy Development. I mean, these are all good programs that we would support. The frustration is we don't see many of these companies. We have no idea what's there, and we want to know. And I think it is reasonable to put these in a public sphere. The public can look into it and understand it. And from Maggie Chidester's presentation, she did document that a few of the contracts needed board approval, and her formula wasn't provided. That's why back in December, when she gave her public, I think it was in December, she gave her public presentation. I thought it was very helpful for me to understand what's required and not required. I took away from that a great amount of information where you yourself, as a dutifully elected county superintendent, has the right to do things that we can't say anything of. And I thought that was a really good learning experience. But on the other shoe, there are some things that requires board approval, and I'm sure you want to follow the law. And I think transparency is a good thing. There's nothing wrong with being transparent and putting it on some sort of public forum or our website, what these grants are, how much they are, rather than, they come before us and we don't know anything about it. We're supposed to be voting on this budget today, and we don't know anything that's in there. That's hard.
Yeah.
That's hard. So, I hear a great deal of cooperation and sincerity. I make the formal motion to lay this on the table, and even let me give greater grace, and let's bring it back in August for our August meeting. That gives 2 months.
I don't think I can get to it by then.
Okay.
No, perfect.
I think that gives 2 months for the staff. You and Mr. can work together, and Renee and Nina, and let's see what we can do as a team here. So I'll make that formal motion.
I'll second that.
Oh,
Any discussion?
Ken, just for clarity, what are you laying on the table? 11,
I'm-
12, and 13?
You're absolutely correct.
Okay.
I am laying on the table items 11, 12, and 13.
Okay, to be sure what we're voting on.
Right.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Yeah. Why don't we take a moment and do some report out? Jonathan in the house? Or are you going to do it?
I'm not going to do
Oh,
it.
okay.
Jonathan's here.
Okay, there he is. Sorry, Don, I almost forgot about you after our session.
Not a problem. Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Maharis. Good to be with you. This is the report out closed sessions 1, 2, 3, and 4. Closed sessions 1, 2, 3, and 4 were commenced as per the schedule on the agenda. 1, 2, and 4 were concluded in the first session then, before the public session began. Closed session 3 was not concluded and then was concluded after the break as announced by President Barkey. No action was taken or discussion with council at all 4 sessions, except under closed session number 3, the following action was taken: the approval by the board of Nielsen Merksamer invoices, invoice numbers 215590, 216077, 217423, and 23158. And the vote approving all 4 invoices each was 3-1. Trustees Barkey, Williams, and voting for, and Trustee Gomez voting against. And that is the...
Can we invoice numbers again, please?
I certainly can. I'll give you dates as well to help
Thank you.
with your processing. 215590, dated February 8, 2022. 216077, dated March 2022. 217423, dated April 4, 2022. And invoice number 223158, dated March, 9, 2022.
Thank you.
And that's the report out for the closed sessions 1 and 4.
Thank you. Moving on to number 14.
14. Or number 14?
Yes.
Yes, I'll make a motion to approve the LCAP.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? All right.
Just a real quick comment to our staff. Again, great job. You made the changes I see in the document that I suggested. And again, you did an incredible job. Thank you.
Thank you for those remarks. All right, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. 4-0. Number 15.
I move to approve the College and Career Prep Academy, CCPA, Local Control and Accountability Plan.
Item number 15, in other words, and I will second that.
That'd be faster.
Faster to say that.
Is there any discussion on number 15? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes 4-0. Next, we are moving to number 16.
I'll make the motion to move along this item for discussion.
Do you need a second to move that along?
Of course, yeah.
Second.
Okay. All right, we're moving along.
We're moving along, okay. In regards to the budget, I have some questions here. I'm not sure who wants to answer it, but the first one is Object Code for Advocacy 5852. Currently, we have Ball and Frost that's contracted for 22-23 for about $121,000 or about $10,000 a month. As a background for advocacy, we've had in the past Mr. Bob Canavan, who has been looking at lobbying and issues and bills from Washington, D.C. He's not in this, for the record. And Capital Advisors, their contract for $13,550. So the question I have for this, and it has to deal with a thorny issue in that there is a partisan bill by State Senator Min called 286, and this bill really confuses the voters as far as voting for leadership. And the original co-author, Tom Umberg, withdrew because it's only dealing with one district. So it's quite embarrassing for men to have a piece of legislation that only deals with the County Department of Education that confuses the voters in delaying from the typical June primary for voting for the trustees and the superintendent. So now with his bill, that would move all the trustees to the general election in November. And of course, it's very partisan, political, and as the Orange County Register said, if Mr. Min wants to do this, he should run for the County Board of Education. So with that in mind, and as a background, I did have a series of communications with our good superintendent, and we talked about this at the last meeting, that he would, or a meeting or two ago, that he would ask and get Ball Frost to lobby against 286. In the subsequent communications that occurred, it became apparent that Ball Frost was not going to do this. And with everything that was going on in the effort to get a lobbyist, which our superintendent suggested we should do, this bill was heard today in the Assembly Education Committee, and I have no idea what's happened to that. But regardless of what happened today, the issue is, it looks bad if we're paying somebody $10,000 a month in a lobbying bill to do lobbying, and they're not willing to do it for the Board of Education. It looks bad if we try and go out and spend more money for lobbyists. So then one has to start questioning, why do we have a lobbyist if they're not going to go out and do what lobbyists do? And why did Ball Frost say no? We're not going to do this for the board. We're not going to lobby against 286. So I'm just concerned about this in our budget here. I think there's an honest question here. Do we even need lobbyists? That one question I have, and probably go to Nina or to you, Al, what happened to Bob Canavan? Why isn't he in this, and what happened to that relationship?
Yeah, I'll answer the question, Dr. Williams. So with Bob and Kellen Canavan, they're from Federal Management Strategies. They are lobbyists in Washington, D.C., and we paid them a little over $3,000 a month. And what basically they would do would be to keep us informed on legislation, either pending legislation, prospective legislation, and trends regarding funding, so a number of things like that. And then there would be a trip annually, as I recall, that members of the board, 2 members of the board would fly to Washington, D.C., and meetings would be set up with members of the Congress to talk about Orange County and how those individuals, those members, could be more helpful. And I thought they were very professional. I liked them. You asked us to make concessions the last time we went through the budget, and so we felt that by eliminating that, you could find the same representation by all of the organizations, including CSBA, AXA, CCSEA, CISESA. There's a host of ways for you to get basically the same information at no cost. And if you wanted to make a trip to DC, there are bodies or groups that can help you make that trip and set it up for you. Because what he would do basically is, and I think you remember, it was largely Dr. Bedell and Mr. Boyd that were going up there. They were the ones that wanted to do this. And I don't know who else did it besides them, perhaps Liz Parker, I think. And they would make the rounds. And I had been up there a few times with CISESA, and I never really went, that I recall. Maybe I did it once with Dr. Bedell and Mr. Boyd. I could have gone once, but mainly through CISESA, I did that a couple of times. And you try to make a meeting with a member of the Senate, and sometimes you get them, sometimes you don't. It's rare that you get a meeting with, like, at that time, Boxer or Feinstein. But then you meet with members, in the House of Representatives, and they're a little bit more accessible. And then you meet with a lot of staffers. So my point was that I felt when you asked us go in and make some adjustments there in terms of lobbying, that's what we felt we could put that aside for now. I mean, if the board wants to retain Canavan, we can look at that again. It's up to you. Can I remark about the Ball Frost contract?
Please do.
Okay. So with the Min bill, that's SB 286, it's a bill that first was carried by, and I think we went over this, by Senator Umberg. And,
Co-authored.
Pardon?
It was co-authored with Senator
Yeah,
Umberg,
exactly. He, I think, was the initiator, and Min was also part of this.
I thought it was reversed. I thought Min initiated and he got Umberg to co-author. I'm pretty sure.
Well, it was a two-year bill, as I recall, that Umberg led. And he discovered, as I understand, that most of the county offices were already into that mode, that if you didn't have a clear winner in the primary, you took it to the fall. There were maybe a handful of county offices that weren't doing that. So I think he was going to try to put them all, those county offices. In fact, I was in the bill too, until he discovered that if there's 3 people running for county superintendent of school and you don't have a person that gets over 50% of the vote, that goes in the fall. So when he discovered that that's already in place for me, he took me out of there. So Min, incidentally, the bill was in the elections committee today. It passed 4-1. It's now going to the Education Committee of the Assembly, and we don't know when. But it already went through the Senate, and the Senate approved it. It's now going through the Assembly. And Dr. Williams, one of the things you mentioned to me in a memo dated the 27th of May was you wanted aggressive lobbying. And you used that term, and that's why I quoted that term in my communication back to you, because when we hear the word aggressive lobbying, that means you're going to try to reach every member in the Assembly. And you're going to go to those offices and talk to either their chief of staff or hopefully the member, not just those from the party here in Orange County, or not just one side of the aisle. You want to talk to all of them to try to get them to weigh in, because that's what you're going to have to do to convince that body that this is not a good bill. And that's not the kind of work that Ball Frost do. It's a two-person operation. Not that they can't do it, but they're designed on a whole different level of what they do for us. And for example, the reason we have them, they meet with all of our superintendents during the pandemic. They were at every single Friday meeting to bring us the latest legislative stuff or anything coming out of the CDPH, that's the health department at the state level, as well as the CDE, CDC, all those organizations, and the governor's office. And they do a lot of work on STRS and PERS, budget. They do work on workforce investments, initiatives, work on MAW, that's Medi-Cal paybacks for students with special needs, student attendance, transportation. They come down here and they do quarterly meetings with our superintendents. They do one meeting a year, I think, for all people, including board members, on the budget. So they look at the January budget that the governor is contemplating and is going to present to the General Assembly. They then do the May revise, and then they do the final budget that the governor has approved, and that comes back to all of us in the county, our superintendents. So they use them a lot. So there's more than meets the eye in terms of what do we get for that money. And when we hired them, we wanted somebody that was going to treat us like the #1 client, the Orange County Department of Education, as well as the 28 districts, and sometimes colleges they help represent. Back to this matter on the MIN bill. Originally, I said to you that they can go into the committee and simply declare a no vote. But I did tell you that you get minutes to speak, just like a body like this. You get 2 minutes. That's all you get. So you got to be very focused. And like our time, after the 2 minutes, you're done. So we felt that if the board had produced a letter with bullet points, that would be the best thing to do. So you could just read that into the record, or just read what you could, end of 2 minutes, and leave that with the and that in the midst of everything else, that didn't get done. I didn't feel I should be the one doing it for you, because then it's like from my take as opposed to your take. I felt that it had to be done by you. So I called this morning the senator's office, and I called the senator, the chief of staff. Senator was already gone. Senator, and told him that our board is registering a no vote on this. I did do that this morning before the election committee. So now it's going to go to the Assembly Ed Committee. But that was one of the reasons why I was coming. I think you intimated as well that maybe we need separate lobbyists. And that's probably a good idea, because if you have one lobbyist that represents both sides, then inevitably you're going to find yourself with a conflict of interest. There may be something that you want lobbies for, and something I'm thinking, I really don't want to lobby for that. And now we have a conflict of interest. So that was one of the reasons why I recommended that if you want this to be put into the next year's budget, let us know, and we'll make the appropriation. And you could hire a lobbyist that could represent you. But really, this matter of aggressive activity would require people to make the rounds of the Capitol and try to convince them that this is a bad bill. And I want to tell you too that the bill was amended, so now it includes Umberg, Petrie Norris, and Newman. They are now part of the bill.
Interesting. So we have Petrie Norris, Newman,
and Umberg, Senator Umberg.
So Norris is in the Assembly.
Yeah.
She's co-sponsoring it. And Newman.
We're now co-sponsors.
I don't know Newman. Who's Newman? Where's he from?
Cyprus.
Cyprus.
Yeah. And they're co-sponsoring this.
Right.
Okay. You say you registered a no vote. What does that mean?
I simply said to the senator's office that our board is not in support of this bill. Could he have surmised that? Could he have come, on that conclusion on his own? Of course he could have. But I wanted to personally let him know that that was your sentiment.
Appreciate that. Okay. So basically, this Ball-Frost agreement, there's only two of them there, and they don't do lobbying on certain bills. Is that
They do some lobbying on bills, and most of them are bills are targeting lobbying efforts. It could be that they are before a legislative committee. It has to do with budget. It could be special ed. It could be LCAPs. It could be anything that is within the probably the K-16 or K-14 space. They provide testimonials where necessary. Sometimes it could be in written form or sometimes in the flesh. But it's they meet with, I mentioned earlier, the legislative and budgetary and administrative issues and concerns that we have here in Orange County. It really does keep us connected to Sacramento. That's their focus. And it's most of it is based on education matters that affect K-14 education.
You know, my memories of the lobbying was I first discovered it when you had them lobby for AB 1505, which was an anti-charter school bill. And at that time, we discussed that any lobbying would be discussed among us all, especially if it was a position like that where we might be on different sides.
Right. And I think I mentioned before that the parties came to terms, even CCSA at the end. And there were some things in there for CCSA. There were some things in there for that CCSA probably did not like. I felt that the credentialing of teachers was important, and it isn't that they didn't have credentialed teachers before, but they didn't have credentialed teachers that were in assigned teaching capacities that were aligned with the credential. For example, you can teach with a multiple subjects teaching credential up to the 8th grade. You can't do that at the high school level. That's a single subject teaching credential that you need. It's a credential in that specific area. Can you do it in alternative education? Probably make an exception in alternative education. And there's a lot of reasons for that. But in this case, you now needed to have a credential. And remember, these are, again, tax-supported schools, charter schools. You had to have a credential. So if you're going to teach math, you have to have a credential in math. The state used to give us exceptions, like if you had a minor in math and you were desperate and couldn't find a math major. The state would make these concessions, but not after NCLB. NCLB established the highly qualified teacher, and if you're not credentialed, you can't teach that class. So that was the thing that I felt was important in the charter school in that was the O'Donnell bill, 1505, which I think was in 2019.
I think it's important for the lobbying that was done was just they registered a yes or a support. That's all they did.
They just walked in and registered the vote. They didn't issue any other testimonial.
Do you know what they mean by makes findings and declarations regarding the necessity of enacting a special statute that is applicable only to this board? Do you know anything about that? Because that's part of the summary, item number 3. I read it verbatim. I'm not sure what findings and declaration makes this a necessity.
Oh, you mean out of the senator's office?
Yeah. So if you look at the summary, that's item number 3, and it's like, I'm not sure why it's necessary to move something that's been like this forever to the November vote. So anyway, it's a question, just asking.
Well, especially why Orange County is being singled out of all the 58 counties in California.
I mean, it makes me question voting for a senator that that's the top priority. I think we have so many priorities in this state that I find it hard to believe that that's his biggest priority.
Yeah, well, we know that.
Is it causing harm to anyone that our election is in June rather than November?
One of the documents that I saw, and I thought maybe you had seen this too, was they did a statistical analysis and concluded that the voter turnout would be higher in November. And that was another reason, was to encourage voter
Then
participation.
why do we even have primary elections? Why do we have, I mean, why does it exist? Why don't we just have elections one time every 4 years if that's the case? That doesn't make sense.
Well, now you have to have, I presume Todd Spitzer's not gonna have to run in November because he got so many votes. But there will be a lot of other races in November because they didn't get the 50% plus one threshold. They didn't hit that threshold.
Can you move your mic?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Thanks.
Now, this is an example of politics at its highest. And Senator Menn, for the record, we had a very visible disagreement. And I think there's some revenge factor here. I don't find him, he is an export from the East Coast. He isn't here from the Orange County. He has no Orange County roots. And he's doing a terrible job as a state senator. So there's a personal angst in this too. So anyway.
Well, things may change quite a bit in November anyway, because he is in the same district as Newman as a result of redistricting. So.
Oh, really? So he and Newman are running in 2024 against each other?
They're in the same district, so we'll see.
Okay.
We shall see.
That's politics.
So I guess back to lobbying. I mean, does it make sense that we would come to the table and all discuss our lobbying issues? Does it make sense that we would have our own lobbyists? Is that something we should be discussing? Because I certainly don't want to be on the outside of just one lobbyist and not knowing what the lobbyist is lobbying for.
Madam President, in the interest of time, since it's a budget discussion, I agree that with the superintendent and those that think that since we're each sovereign entities, we should have our own lobbyists, and we should talk about budgeting an amount of money for those lobbyists. I didn't want the discussion to center around lobbying when Renee's going to be standing up here a long time.
Sure. Okay.
I would just want to make one comment, though. I would rather not double the budget and waste taxpayer dollars. So we really need to figure out what makes the best fiscal sense if we go with a model like that.
I'll leave that to
So Al, when we talk about the term aggressive lobbying, I'm not sure anything about lobbyists. I'm never engaged a lobbyist. I'm not sure what aggressive means. It was not picked out as a word to indicate a certain level of lobbying. Will Ball Frost do some lobbying?
They do some lobbying, and that's a potential that we could talk about in the future. This particular bill already went through the Senate, and as I mentioned earlier, and is now going through the Assembly. And after the Assembly Ed Committee, I think it'll go to appropriations, and from there it'll go to the floor. So, the going up and just saying we're against it is one thing, but going into their chambers and talking to them, or to their chief of staff, that's another thing. And so I think that was my understanding that you wanted, and there's over 2,000 lobbyists over there, that are registered lobbyists in the state of California. So I felt you could find somebody, where there's money, there's a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. So it's going to cost money, but I'm saying that if this is the desire of the board to do this and to have your separate lobbyists, it makes sense to me because of the conflict of interest.
Yeah, I'm not so sure that this bill can be thrown off the train tracks at this point. So will a lobbyist be of any value in making a difference in this?
Well, there might be other issues where a lobbyist, the right lobbyist, would advocate for issues that we are concerned about.
And might have brought this bill to our attention early on, so we wouldn't find out about it in the ninth hour when it's already gone through a committee.
11th hour.
Yeah.
Not the 9th, but the 11th.
Okay, so, yeah, I'm not so sure, I'm processing everything here, I'm not so ready to make a decision. I don't know about my colleagues.
I mean, I think it's worthy of considering. Our council says perhaps we should have our own lobbyist. I mean, I think this is very unusual that one senator would target us and put a bill in like that. I don't think we're going to be the target of a lot of bills where I don't know that we actually need to have a lobbyist on retainer. I don't know, you know. I mean, maybe you have one so they tell us what's going on so we would have known. I think this bill was started 2 years ago, and if we had known back then, perhaps, you know, we wouldn't be where we are. But
And that was a point that I made, that I was hoping to have Ball Frost, even though they're not our lobbyists. The client is superintendent. You know, it would have been nice to have been informed about
Right,
this.
right.
We didn't find out about this until when? This
a few months ago, when
few
I
months
can't
ago.
even remember who pointed out, but it would have
Maybe it
been
was
nice.
December, right, Nina?
January, because we received the information over the Christmas holidays, and so we had the discussion initially with the board, and the question came up from you in January. so.
Right,
Well,
right.
the whole point of a lobbyist is communication, and we got zero.
Right. And you, this last
No
one.
matter what side they're on,
When
no
did
matter
you-
what they're arguing for.
Well, I think the critical path that they were identified to was that this was in the elections. This is not in education.
Yeah.
These lobbyists are education lobbyists, and that's what their focus is. We get information from them monthly related to education bills or that would impact case
But we
16.
still should be informed on those things.
But that wouldn't have come on that, is what I'm saying, because it was introduced in the elections.
It would just
not in
seem that
education.
they were aware if OCBE was on a bill somewhere. I would
Right.
Yeah,
just
the
think.
superintendent was on it, right? For a long time. And you
When you
didn't
first
find out-
introduced, I was on it.
Yeah, and you didn't find out till when, December of 21?
Somewhere in that period of time.
Yeah, so Ball Frost dropped the ball. They should have alerted to you, this issue to you when it first was introduced.
I think Ball Frost does a lot of stuff. I mean, I've attended lots of seminars, which I think we're all invited to provide information, legislation, and what's happening in education. So if people are not availing themselves to that information, you know, that's one thing, but they are providing that information.
Yeah.
I've been to plenty of their workshops.
That their expertise is in the education space, the education sector.
Yeah, right.
That's their expertise. Dr. Frost was a professor at Claremont University, so that is their expertise. And Andrea is an attorney.
Yeah, but paragraph 2, under A, their services should include review, identify, and monitor legislation, state budget proposals, and state policy initiatives affecting the superintendent. So, I mean, that's clearly something that they should have picked up, and then I know you would have probably told us about that. I'm wondering if, again, I think we may be too far behind this ball, and the train's on the track and it's left, and we may not be able to do anything with this. So I question the need for that we can do anything about it at this point.
Well, and I think it's not just this, but going forward, should we have a lobbyist that tells us when we're part of a, you know, because I think we maybe thought that would do that, just it would be courtesy that, oh, did you know there's a bill and your name's on it. I just thought it would have been brought to our attention when I looked and saw when that bill started, I was in shock how long it took for us to figure that out.
Al, do you think we can rewrite this agreement to include the County Board of Education legislation and us be part of it, being a client too, in addition to you? Would you have any objections to that?
I think let me communicate with Ball Frost, because even though they're lobbyists for hire, they do have a criteria of what they want to go. I think they never find themselves in a conflict. So that's why I'm suggesting, I mean, what you could do is rely on them for information up to the minute information. And, you know, we've all learned lessons from this experience. You can talk to them about keeping the board advised. They can even come here and make a presentation to the board. But if we ever find ourselves at odds, then I think it would be better to retain somebody. And I think Mr. Rowland can help with that process in terms of finding somebody that could be hired. You could either put them on retention, you know, put them on a retainer, so that you're not looking for somebody when you need them. But there's different models we can follow. So maybe we need to just spend some time talking about it and figure out where we go from here.
Mr. Rowland, is that something that do you think we're wise to have our own from the get-go, or do you think we're wise to? I feel like if we wait until we need one, it's too late. That we should have somebody out there with eyes for us.
Just like everything, if we wait, it's too late.
Yep. Okay.
There's been a lot of discussions about civics and government relations work, and I think everything everybody said is accurate, especially the part about aggressive lobbying. Mm-hmm. The real work is done with the chiefs of staff and the staffers. Mm-hmm. And if we are going to operate cooperatively as two separate entities, we should not put any lobbyist in that position to have to represent two entities that
That's
are
what I'm hearing.
odds.
Yeah. Okay. Well, and do we feel that the amount that we have for lobbying, we should divide that in each, share that, or that we should have the same amount, or is?
That's a decision for the board. That's not part of my expertise about how much we should allocate. Mm-hmm. I do know that the Ball Frost contract is representative of lobbyists in California. And I do know the other gentleman, the federal government relations expert, he's a little low for DC. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. So, but there's a lot of work to be done in both of our state and nation's capital that can benefit this board and this department.
So from your point of view, it would behoove us to have a lobbyist?
I think it would behoove us to have two.
That's what I mean. Yes, each have our own.
Correct.
Okay.
At the state and federal level.
Okay. Oh, I got you. So we would have a state and a federal.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
All this processing and open dialogue is difficult to make final decisions today. I'm not so sure I'm ready to make a decision on all this.
Well, why don't we think about it for a month?
I think we only have.
Don't we have a budget that's due, though? Don't we have?
I think our budget's due July 1.
But you can still add, you can choose to contract at a later point in time. You don't have to do it.
Renee,
Yeah.
take us through the details of how
Yeah,
this would be
Renee,
done.
Come on. You do have $350,000 set aside as a contingency specifically for the board, that you haven't decided what you do with that. So there is those funds already in place in the budget. So, and then, the lobbying, it may not be that same amount if you're only doing something specific on specific bills. When you look at Ball Frost contract, that is specific work that they're doing. That isn't necessarily the day-to-day lobbying like you were discussing. It's more meeting with the Education Coalition and all of our partners so that they understand what Orange County needs. So that it's a little bit different than what you were asking for, I think, with the min bill. So I think if you were to construct that contract differently, it may not be the same amount.
Yeah, and not just men, just, is there anything going on with charter schools, with school choice, with just different issues that
Those type of things normally, I think that they are, and that's the things when they do the updates, they do those quarterly updates with OCSBA, they would bring those things forward. And so we could maybe talk among staff of how we give you that information on a clearer method, but that is something that Ball Frost Rugley does, is shows all the new legislation pending. I think we have a huge email right now of pending legislation to go through.
Well, again, we all get that invitation to attend those seminars, and they usually have a good handout as well that outlines the pending legislation. So we need to avail ourselves of that expertise.
I like the idea of, to support our savvy attorney saying that we need our own lobbyist on the state and federal level.
Well, that could be taken out of that $350,000.
Right, and we were putting Renee, we have 100,000 that we have in administrative services also in the budget?
100,000 for media services is what you had requested.
Yeah, but is that the object code, the administrative services?
Miscellaneous service or other services.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, it's the same object code.
5865.
And that 350, that's under an object code for litigation, right?
It is, and so
So it has to be moved.
we could move it, yes, definitely.
Okay. What would
Or
move?
you could even at our next budget cycle, we could make changes and add it to the budget is what Nina was trying to say.
So at the interim budget
Budget
point, we could make those
we
adjustments.
could make those changes also.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, I'd rather have it up front and budgeted for than to move things around unnecessarily. Because we might need to keep that 350 where it is.
Okay. So is this as easy as saying, okay, let's make it from the litigation to another, the correct object code?
Well,
just
it's a
expand-
contingency fund, so right now it's
Yeah.
sitting there, but it is very easy, yes, for us to move it to a different object code. That's very simple to do. Yes.
Or we could, alternatively, we could add to the administrative miscellaneous, that 100,000 in the miscellaneous.
Well, how is lobbying a ball frost? How is that categorized?
It's under 5852 for advocacy.
Okay, so maybe we just add that for us as well.
Advocacy,
Mhm.
yeah.
Mhm.
Line
Yeah,
item.
advocacy that would be targeted towards the board. I would think that makes sense. I think that's transparent. It's what we want to use it for. If we discover that we don't need it, we can always put it back. But, you know,
Yeah.
I'd like it to be categorized of what we intend to use it for.
And to mirror your categorization. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. Just a question, I'm okay moving on to another subject.
Do we need to make a motion or something about adding a advocacy line of 100K or something? To match
What, I think
What
it's about
they have?
120, 130. That one.
118?
118, the
118?
ball frost, 118?
Oh, 121, 554.
Yeah.
So why don't we just do 125 and, you know? Are you guys
Well, it says,
agreeable to
wait a
125?
minute, it says, oh, in the period between July 1, 2022 and June 30, 2023, it's 125, 200.
Okay, yeah, so why don't we do 125, and if we have to adjust at the interim one way or other, we can.
Yeah, let's just match it for now, and we can adjust it at the interim.
So. Are
Is
you-
that a
is
motion?
Yeah, I was gonna say, is that a motion?
Yes, that's a
I'll
motion.
second that.
Okay.
Oh, should we have Well, so I'll second it for
Well,
discussion.
well, that was a subsidiary motion, because the primary motion to consider the budget's still on the table.
Okay.
So you're making a subsidiary motion,
Sure.
right?
Yeah.
According to our parliamentary procedures, the ABC of parliamentary procedures we follow, that's a subsidiary motion that you're adding to my motion.
Yeah.
Right, so so that would be totally separate. And then you come back and vote for the primary
Okay.
motion.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Because we did the public hearing on the budget and stuff, there's a difference between you just transferring between the lines. So I guess that's what I'm trying to understand. Are we just transferring from one object
No.
code to the next?
No, we're matching the advocacy code, whatever that number is that the superintendent
So-
has.
What I heard Mary say is we were going to take it out of the contingency
No,
fund.
I didn't say that. I just wanted to have matching funds.
So you can ask because we publicly did a public things with the budget, right?
We're public right now, too.
No, I think what Renee's trying to say is you may need to have another public hearing, which means you'll need another board meeting in order to approve the budget if you're making the kinds of adjustments that you're making now, as opposed to just moving money.
Right, and we went through this before.
Correct.
In 2018, and subsequent to that, I think that we have a differing opinion on that. Because with the ability of the board to adjust the budget, that's why we're here, to make decisions on the budget. We don't need to do another public hearing.
No, because you could adjust it. In other words, there could be, you have that 350 account, right? And it's sitting there open. There's has not been drawn down.
No.
So if something came up like now, you needed somebody, you could take it out of that And then at the next time when we're bringing expenditures of over $25,000, you can make the adjustment there. And that way you wouldn't have to do another public hearing.
That's my understanding, yes.
I'd like to hear from Greg Rowland on this issue.
The last time we had this quandary, we had another public hearing, and we jumped through a lot of hoops to do it. And as it turns out, we made the right decision. I think we could, if there's going to be no other adjustments to the budget, we can address this issue with the transfer of funds that's been discussed. If we have to have, if there's major revisions to the budget based on what the board does here today, I would recommend that we have another meeting. So if this is the only issue we're discussing, I think we can address this issue by transfer of funds without another public hearing. But if we're going to make any other revisions to the budget that are substantive, I think we should have a public hearing.
Okay.
That would be the most cautious approach.
Okay, so does that mean we should continue and let Renee do her thing? Yeah. Until we decide.
Do her thing.
Yeah.
So she would just be moving the money.
No, no.
Do we?
We're having discussion with Renee and see if there's anything else that we want to deal with.
Okay.
So I would ask Renee to come up. And what additional questions do you guys have for Renee?
So the question has to do with, okay, we had the public hearing in June 1st, I believe. We printed a budget, and now the board has the authority that we believe, and that was the subject of the litigation, the illegal action by Superintendent Thurman to create a panel that was not according to education codes. And then we were left with a budget that reduced, as I recall, the travel and the lobbying, and what was the last thing? That
Two major things.
Yeah, we reduced like 186,000, and that led to all the extra effort because we were told we had to do nothing as far as the public hearing. So we did the public hearing, we posted it, and we passed it. And that's what led us down this rabbit hole. That was something that we, amount of money, 186,000, that we wanted to reduce. And now looking back on that, we're not so sure, and I still don't believe that it's necessary because we already did a public hearing. We're just now talking about everything publicly about adding to or taking away. So I'm not so sure we need another public hearing on that issue. That is not clear and set. In fact, our counsel on that piece of litigation would agree with my sentiments. So, so we have a motion and a second to add funds to the budget. I'm talking out loud now. So we have a motion and a second to add, what was 125,000 you said? So it's 125,000 that we're talking about adding to the advocacy object code. That would be equivalent to the superintendent's object code and his advocacy fund. So that's a subsidiary motion. We can vote on that going forward, but I'll reveal the cards. I'm going to ask to lay the budget on the table and have a meeting in 2 weeks for final adoption. We have till July 1st to make that. So that gives us time to process everything. So my recommendation would be to vote on the subsidiary motion, put that on the in with my motion, and then I'm gonna tell you in advance what I'm going to do, which is to ask that we lay it on the table until the next meeting, which would be 14 days from today, the 29th of June.
29th of June doesn't work for me.
It doesn't?
No.
Okay.
I just know that because I have an event, a work event that evening that I've been working on, so I know that off the top of my
Well,
head.
can we vote on this, Madam President, can we vote on the subsidiary motion just to put it on with the primary, and then we can talk about that date?
Yeah, that's.
Okay. So are we clear what we're voting on?
No.
Okay, so you made a motion, Lisa, to add advocacy funds to the budget, to the object code. And that was by Mary. Then we had discussions about it. And from what I recall, the discussion was 125,000. Is that clear?
Mhm.
Becky, is that your?
Well, yeah, I understand you want to add 125,000. Are you taking it from the 350 or are you adding it to the budget? And for the budget, what are you reducing by 125,000? And I think that's where the public hearing issue comes in. And that's what Mr. Rowland said, that if we did it that way, if we added 125,000 rather than moving it from the 350, that we would have to have a public hearing. Is that correct? Isn't that what you indicated, Mr. Rowland?
I didn't make any comments specific to taking it from the 350 from another object code. I did say if there was a substantive change to the budget that we couldn't accomplish the board's wishes through a transfer of funds, that a public hearing would be prudent. The board president, or vice president, I should say, seems to think I'm wrong about that, and he may be right. But what I'm saying is that in an abundance of caution, that is the recommendation I'm making to the board, so we can do this all. But he may be right.
And do you have a preference as to whether we just move it over or we transparently actually create a code, or does it matter?
I think it's always better to be more transparent. I think for the purposes of the 2022 budget, we can move it from the 350. And then we can cross that bridge later in the
first interim
report process. Yeah,
Okay.
All right, and that's a clean way to do it.
it's clean.
Okay.
We have discussed it pretty publicly here.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
well, just, yeah, okay.
Okay. So do we adjust the
Does that work
amendment?
for you?
No, you have to withdraw.
Withdraw.
Okay, so I'll withdraw my motion
Okay.
based on the legal advice that we just received.
Okay, so we're withdrawing your motion. Now we go to the primary motion, which I made, and I think you seconded. I think, well, I'm going to make the motion that we laid on the table for a second meeting, either that Tuesday or the Thursday, then if you can't make it on the 29th. So it would be the 28th or the 30th. Are you going to be in town?
No.
Will you be in town?
Yeah, I'm in town, I have to work on the 29th, so I can't be here. But I will be in town I'll be here.
You can't be here at 5 o'clock?
On the 29th?
Yeah.
No, I have an event starting at 5:30 that's around the corner.
What about you, Becky?
On which day?
So it looks like Wednesday, the 29th would be out, so it's the 28th or the 30th.
I can do the 28th, I cannot do the 30th.
Okay. I can do either.
Oh, wait, yeah. Wait, I
Can you
take
do
that
the
back.
28th?
Well,
I could do, we're talking,
Zoom in, but I can't be
Yeah.
here in person.
well, we don't have
The
that
tw-
approval to do it
the-
remotely.
The 28th, you can do?
I can do the 28th.
Okay, and what about you, Mary?
I believe I can do the 28th.
And you're gonna be not in country?
I'm not in country.
Okay, so we can do a Zoom with you?
Well, I mean, I'd have to post publicly the meeting and all that at my home in Italy, I guess.
Nina, help us out on that one.
Yeah, that's what you'd have to do.
I mean,
Okay. Okay, so the motion that I'll make then is that we lay this on the table for a meeting on July 28th here at 5 o'clock. And the budget item number what is that, number 16 will be on that agenda for the 28th. All right, so I need a second for that.
Second.
I guess I just want to be clear, when we have the other meeting, are we going to bring other things?
Can't hear you, Mary.
Sorry. I just want to be clear, for the meeting on the 28th, is it to just further discuss the lobbying piece? Are there other issues, or why are we laying it on the table, just so I understand?
Well, so there's just a lot happening here just in discussion that, I mean, I don't like to be rushed in making a decision.
Okay.
And we've talked a lot and spent a lot of time on this, and 13 more days certainly meets the education code deadlines, and it gives us more time so we don't feel rushed.
Is this just around the advocacy issue, or are there other issues in the budget that you?
Are you available, Mr. Rowland, on the 28th?
Yeah.
Okay.
More important than this.
All right, okay, I just want to make sure.
Budget is important.
It is, no, I didn't want to, I just want to make sure that we're clear on why we're postponing or laying on the table, that's all.
Are there other issues that,
Not that I'm aware of.
are you comfortable with Greg's advice? Or you want to think about it more?
Well, I think he's wrong.
Oh, you think he's wrong.
I think he's wrong about the issue of
I
having.
think
a
we better
separate-
lay it on the table.
Yeah. And so I need to understand the legal issues from our counsel better, because we did go down this road at one point before, and I don't want to make the same mistake that we did.
Okay.
So that's just my thoughts on that.
Okay.
So we have a first and a second to lay it on the table until the 28th. If there's no further discussion, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. The ayes have it.
And moving forward, I'd like to make a motion to accept item number 17, the dashboard indicators.
Second?
If there's no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right.
I'll make a motion to accept California number 18.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
All right. If there's no discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Moving on under information items, Madam President, I just want to quickly put into the record the FCMAT budget and purchasing review, along with the OCDE response. That was something that it was done, I believe, last year. It was originally initiated in 2020 by the good superintendent, and it was a very thorough administrative review. It wasn't the forensic budget review that we wanted or asked for, but nonetheless, Mr. Fine, who is the CEO of the FCMAT team, came out, and there was a review at that time, and there were some recommendations by FCMAT, and the very thorough review. It was a very interesting read. I thought it was very, very good, and I think the overall, tell me if I'm wrong, Nina, but it strengthened our internal programs and assessment and protocols. That was what I took away from staff comments and discussion. And so, anyway, that's an official document that's online by FCMAT. I thought the response by the staff was good. I thought it was honest and transparent, but it's nowhere to be found publicly. So, again, kudos for the staff and for the superintendent on doing this, but I just think it needs to be made transparent. And so with that, I'd ask for the board to put it onto our website.
We actually have it on the department's website.
Oh, it's on the department's website. Is
Yes.
The recommendation?
Both documents are on.
Both documents, so
Yes.
it's on the department website?
Yes.
Okay, very good, I was not aware of that. Where's that under? I thought you told me it wasn't.
It wasn't, when we talked, and I told you that we were gonna do a link to add it,
Right.
and so that's what we did as of last week when we met.
Oh, okay, so it wasn't at the time that we
Right,
talked,
right.
but you did do it then?
Yes.
Okay, oh, and the recommendations and everything you
Both
say
documents, you wanted the
are on there.
FICMAT report and you wanted the board,
And
I
it's
mean,
on-
the response we did for the board, and so both
It's
documents.
not on our website or the OCDE website?
It's on the OCD website, so it's posted where all of our budget financial documents are. So it's under administrative services. And so
Okay.
it'll actually say FIGMAT, study and review, OCD responses.
Oh,
It's a
okay,
link to click on that.
you just forgot to tell me.
Well, we haven't talked since then, but there's also a link
That's,
on the agenda.
okay.
So on your website, there's a link to the document.
Oh, there
Which
is.
is what I informed you that we would do, was because when you were saying, how can we make sure that it's available? And I said, we'll do a link on the agenda
Okay.
to those two
So you did do
documents.
that then?
So that was posted last Friday when we
Very good.
posted the agenda.
Awesome, thank you. And that's it, Madam President, for that.
Okay. Announcements. Superintendent, please.
No, I don't have any tonight, Madam President. Thank you, though.
All right, thank you. Madam Deputy Superintendent.
Well, next board meeting, I think you tried to clarify, but we need to be clear, is the budget the only item on the agenda for the 28th? Because we'll be preparing that for,
It's the only thing so far.
okay.
I mean, I don't know if an interdistrict transfer comes up between now and then, is that something?
Well, we would notify you with regards to that, but if there had to be done in that
Okay,
time frame.
okay.
But right now, they're prepared for the July 6th. So we just want to know how to prepare, because those two meetings are 1 week apart, so we just.
Right, I would just say put that on the agenda as the only action item, and that's it for now.
Do we need to have an executive committee meeting with regards to it, or?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Okay, let me know if we do, and we'll
Okay.
schedule that.
So just so I get it in my calendar, we're talking about June 28th at 5 PM. Yes,
Correct.
is that what we're?
That's my understanding.
Okay.
Right.
Did we say five?
I don't know. That's why I'm just confirming that it is 5.
I'll put it in at five.
Pacific Central Time.
Yes, 5 Pacific. Okay.
Or 2 in the morning.
You
for
can have a morning meeting that day if you want.
So
Well,
submission deadline for your July 6th meeting would be June 22nd, which is next week. And we'll deliver the board packets on July 1st. We do need, the board no longer has individuals who have stated they want to do invocations, so we're at that point again. So I wanted to let you know that.
Oh, so nobody
Our
has,
list has been exhausted, and
Okay.
everyone has been utilized. No one else has registered that they'd like to do an invocation.
So the administrative, not review. Regulation, thank you. I know it began with an R. The administration gives the clear line of direction for the staff.
Right, but if no one responds to that, we don't. We have it on the website. We follow that, but I'm just telling you that there's no one lined up for the next meetings.
And you don't have the list that you go through?
We did
it
this
sounds
year.
like they ran, their list is.
How many, well, this is all new. How many people did you actually contact?
It was like every month for the whole year last year. It was a year ago we did that. We
Mhm.
collected the list. And unless you want to go back to
Did
that.
we do outreach for that list? Where'd that list come from? No, they just.
We don't do any, we just post it and it circulates. I mean, the announcements that you all make and so forth, but we're not doing, sending out to try to solicit that. That's not something that staff would do.
Mr. Rowland, help me out here, because that's not my understanding when we did that administrative regulation. If you recall it.
Yeah, I wrote it. I just don't remember what the process is if we have exhausted people who have volunteered for the invocations. I don't see a problem with going back to the beginning and starting over. I think that's within the spirit of the regulation and the law.
Mhm.
So you would reach out and make
We
phone
would just
calls?
send the communication again, the same communication. It's up to them to respond. We're not.
Exactly, you can't force
Yeah,
anybody to
exactly.
come here.
That's all we're saying.
Right,
So
right.
we're going off the old list and just contacting everyone.
Yeah, but for the record, the reason that we began down this road was because of the atheist organization, I can't recall their name.
Freedom from religion.
Freedom from Religion, they were going to sue us, and we had to get legal counsel to protect us, to keep the invocation into our protocol. And part of the recommendation from our legal counsel, Mr. Robert Tyler at that time, under threat of litigation, and it did include the ACLU. They came in at a later date, but the Freedom from Religion people were going to sue us. And our attorney said, you need to do an administrative regulation, so you're not involved in that. And that's how the staff became involved, and we don't get involved in seeking or soliciting individuals to give invocations.
Right, and we don't, I'm looking at your policy, and it states again, just what I'm saying, we post the information and the notice on the website to solicit names of volunteers to deliver invocation for the calendar year. And the persons interested in delivering must send a letter of interest in writing or email to us by a specified date. We do this every December, is what the time frame is. And the names are chosen at random, and then we work with people with regards to if they can't make the dates and so forth. And we provide written confirmation, and we also send them a copy of your policy that states how much time they have and what the parameters are. So that's the process that we utilize. All I'm saying is we've exhausted the names and the people who have responded. So we've been following the guidelines that the board.
How many people responded? How many people are on that list?
I can't answer that question.
Okay. That's okay. We can talk later about that.
I have a question, if I may. On the June 28th meeting, if the budget is our only item, would it be the will of the board to have a meeting earlier in the day? I mean, I can adjust to whatever, but if that's the only item, why not punch it out in the morning when you're fresh?
As opposed to how we feel right now, you mean?
Right.
Well, I mean, I don't know about work schedules, or I can be flexible. Ken, I don't know if you have patience, or is that something you have to look at, or? Are you flexible?
If I have a procedure that morning, I can't do very much about that.
Okay, well, I can adjust.
Well, maybe we can make it a little bit earlier, but Ken, you can let us know. But
Yeah, I can make it a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
But we have to give Nina direction on that.
As long as I know ahead of time, I can.
Yeah, I
work
can
around it.
adjust to whatever. I was just throwing it out there as an idea in case it's doable.
Well, if it's a special meeting, we need to be sure we give the public enough notice too.
Yeah, well, we have it's the same day. It's
Well,
just-
yeah, I mean, Ken can probably look at his schedule tomorrow and see if
Well,
we
it's a
can start
special
at
meeting,
4,
so-
whatever works for you without messing up the schedule.
Yeah, okay.
So maybe we'll just confirm tomorrow the exact time
Okay.
on the 28th.
That would be great.
And Greg too, let's make sure your schedule works. All right.
What about Renee's schedule? Is she available?
It wasn't that. We have a restriping of the parking lot scheduled for that day. So, that week. So, because we have minimal, a lot of people take vacation during that time frame and so forth, so we were able to work things around because it's closure at the end of the month. But so that may impact parking.
So you're saying we may have to walk from the street? Oh, all right. I think we can figure that out.
The only other thing that I wanted to mention to you is the CCBE annual conference is going to be held in person this year in Monterey, and it's scheduled September 9th through the 11th. They've just opened registration, so if you all are interested in attending, we will go ahead and get registrations reserved so that we can get hotel rooms, and then you can let us know if you're not able to make it.
I have a wedding that weekend, so I'm definitely out. Yeah, it's
Okay.
a niece, so
No,
I'll have to be at that.
Mary.
I knew that date rang a bell.
While we're on dates, I have I'd like to move the August 3rd meeting to a week later to August 10th. I have a mandatory conflicting obligation on the 3rd.
I'm open.
I'm
I'm
amenable to
open
that.
to anything, but.
Does that work for you?
Well, yeah, we just have to make it work.
Okay, all right, so let's, maybe that way we'll get plenty of notice out. if
Well, we have our organizational meeting in July where we make all the dates, so we can
Okay.
we can finalize.
Well, I'm
it.
just saying if
That
we,
would be better to do it in.
okay.
Sure. I just wanted to throw it out there for
Okay.
your
No,
planning.
appreciate that.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna note it on my calendar now
You can
too,
make sure
so I
the
don't,
boardroom is.
do anything.
Yes. Thank you.
Mhm.
No mas.
That's it, okay.
That's it.
Okay, I'll make a motion for,
You all have,
Board comments, any board comments?
We'll have a report from CCBE.
oh, okay.
Can I do that?
Yep.
Well, Nina already mentioned that the CCBE will be meeting in Monterey in September. One of the things that, as a representative of this board to that board, we have been working the past several months developing a board member governance handbook to help orient and delineate the responsibilities of board members, and also how to work collaboratively with the respective offices of education. There's a core group of us that are working on the manual, but it'll still take a little bit of time to come to fruition. The drafts are being written, they're being reviewed by legal counsel as we kind of go through some benchmarks. I think the goal was to try to have it available by September in Monterey so that people could see it and get oriented to it. I think they were talking about having an orientation and then share the handbook. And some of the folks that have been working on this said this would have been a great resource for them when they first came on the board. So it's something that I think has been lacking, and I think will identify some different things that people need to do. So I also have some comments. If anybody else has anything, I'll defer to them first.
No, go ahead, as long as you've got the floor.
Okay.
Continue.
Well, somebody said something about the staff not being available for the past couple weeks. Well, they were busy doing graduations. I was able to attend the Samueli Academy, one of our charter schools, their commencement on June 2nd. It was great to see all the changes made to the campus and really their dedication to their students. I was able to see the dorms from a distance that they built to help house the foster students. On June 9th, I was able to attend the access areas 2, 3, and 4 high school graduation. The speeches from the students were just wonderful. And it just reminds us why we support public education. And thank you for the kind invitation to speak to our students. Later that day, I attended the Pacific Coast High School graduation. The student performances and the ceremony was just outstanding.
At Pacifica High?
At Pacific Coast High School.
Oh.
That was at Orange Coast.
Gotcha.
On June 10th, I was able to attend the Sunburst Academy and the College and Career Preparatory Academy graduations. Again, the student speeches are always the highlight of the ceremonies. The energy of the Sunburst Academy students is by far the best. I think one or two of you have been to those, and they're just so loud and energetic. It's just a lot of fun. And I also want to thank our teachers and staff who helped make these ceremonies a memorable experience for the students. And thanks to Mariners Church and Orange Coast College for hosting these events. And I have one more thing. Does anybody else have anything?
No, keep the floor.
All right. Okay, so I'm going to read this statement. In recent weeks, a Santa Ana resident who had business before this board filed a lawsuit to remove me from my seat on the Orange County Board of Education. The claim was due to the perception of an incompatible office, since I also serve as a city council member. After being recruited to run in 2016, I received more than one legal opinion, which did not indicate an incompatibility. Several years ago, there was an agenda item that involved a park next to an adjacent school. I sought counsel from the city attorney and the department's attorney, and both agreed that there was no conflict and that I could participate in the discussion. However, with an abundance of caution and to deter any inference of impropriety, I recused myself and appropriately left the room when it was discussed. I do not believe that there is an incompatibility between the Board of Education and City Council offices. On that point, former trustee Shaw and I agree. Over the past 4 years, I have opposed the board majority's initiation of several lawsuits and the hiring of outside counsel, which I believe removes funds from our classrooms and wastes taxpayer dollars. It is my hope that this board and attorneys will honor the pro bono commitment in the lawsuit against the governor. Although I asked for a clarification months ago, I did not get it. However, Trustee Williams indicated on June 1st that this suit was in fact pro bono. This should include all attorney fees related to the lawsuit against the governor. Any paid fees related to this suit should be refunded to the Department of Ed. The board should work collaboratively with the department and superintendent to address concerns and questions. Lawsuits should be the last resort to resolve a difference of opinion between the board and the department. Although this lawsuit seeking to remove me from this office was directed to me personally and does not impact public dollars, this litigation does affect the focus of the Board of Education. I do not want this latest lawsuit to be a further distraction from the mission of the board to educate our students. After careful consideration and with deep regret, I will be resigning as the Board of Education trustee for Area 1, effective July 1st, 2022. It is my hope that the trustees elected in June will appoint a reasonable, judicious colleague who is willing to do the work to represent the students, teachers, and families of Orange County to fill my seat. It is my hope that the future board can focus on the business of educating our children and supporting our teachers. Our charter schools should be a choice for our families, but all charter schools should provide a quality education so that we do not jeopardize the future of these students. Approving charter schools that do not have a strong curriculum, qualified teachers and administrators, and adequate facilities will not serve our county well. The department's charter school unit has been diligent in addressing the gaps when charter schools are proposed, and our board should heed their guidance. The expected excellence is also incumbent upon the Charter School Association to ensure that charter schools in our county provide a quality choice. During the past 6 years, I have diligently worked to ensure that the students of Orange County have numerous opportunities to succeed in college and career choices. As a representative of the board to local and state board associations, I have worked with trustees throughout our state to identify best practices. Thank you to the many people who have contacted me over the past few years regarding my role on the board. Your words of encouragement and support are truly appreciated. I would like to thank the superintendent and staff of the Orange County Department of Education who have continuously demonstrated the highest level of integrity, professionalism, and compassion to achieve an excellent education for our children. Thank you for your guidance and support for my concerns and questions over my term of office. It has been one of the highest honors of my career to represent the 1st District on the Orange County Board of Education. Although I won't be an elected official for this seat, I will continue to support public education so that the children of Orange County can achieve their highest goals. I will take the next 2 weeks to wrap up my commitments to the Orange County School Board Association and the County Board of Education. Thank you for your support in my tenure as a trustee for the Board of Education over the past 6 years.
Thank you for your service, Becky.
Yes, thank you for your service.
Can I move to adjourn?
Any other board comments?
Nope.
Okay,
Move for adjournment.
all right, so adjourned.